Okay, good evening, everybody. It is Monday, February 28th, 2022, and this is the meeting of the Mayor and Council of Princeton. Madam Clerk, could we have the meeting statement, please?
Yes, Mayor. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act and state regulations governing remote public meetings, including the time, date, and location of the meeting, and clear and concise instructions to the public for accessing the meeting and making comments. In addition, the agenda and all related materials were posted electronically and made available to the public on Princeton's meeting portal in advance of the meeting.
Thank you very much. Could we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Perone Lambrose,
Here.
Ms. Niedergang,
Here.
Mr. Cohen,
Here.
Ms. Fraga,
Here.
Ms. Sachs.
She'll join us shortly. She's in the middle of a family event.
Oh, the birthday girl. Okay. Mr.
30,
Newland,
30 is a big year. Here.
Yeah,
Mayor Frida.
here. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, first up on the agenda, we have 5 sets of minutes that if there's no corrections or additions or anything to any of them, someone could move those in block if they want to. Eve?
I had a very small correction that I think the clerk already indicated that she made. Thank you. So I'd be happy to move them with that small correction.
Okay. Is there a second to the, thank you, Leighton.
Excuse me, Leighton can't vote because he wasn't.
Oh, these are from last year. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So David's got the second. Leighton, you'll have to abstain from these. Sorry. I should have been paying more attention. All right. Everybody else, if you're in favor, could you say aye or raise your hand or?
Aye.
Okay. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay. Next up, we have public comments for items not on the agenda. So anyone from the public, if you have a comment for anything that's not on the agenda tonight, now's the time to make that. I see some people already have their hands up, but just so everybody understands, when you want to make a comment, you can just use the raise hand function on the bottom of the screen. And then we call on you, say your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes. And tonight, for the first time, we actually have a timer that we think will show up on the screen. And so this will be a test run on that. So hopefully that functions smoothly and I pay attention to it. Okay, Adam, can we bring in the first member of the public, please?
Yes, Mayor, bringing over Naomi.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you very much. My name is Naomi Rosenblum, and I live at 244 Russell Road. I'm speaking today about the Rosedale Crossing. And basically, I just wanted to thank Jim Purcell and the Princeton Engineering Department for the new installation of the flexible delineators at the Greenway Meadows entrance. We appreciate the effort being made to bring some visibility to this area of the road while we wait for a more permanent solution. I'm a parent of children at both Johnson Park and Princeton Middle School, and we're really grateful to live in a town that centers the development of its children. They benefit from an incredible public school system, and they have access to more activities than we can take advantage of. But I am concerned about the lack of timely action to make Rosedale safer for the many children who attend the school there. We've lived here for 5 years, and we've been concerned about that crossing since my oldest was in first grade. I know that there's a grant out, and I would like to hear some concrete steps being taken toward a more permanent solution for this route so that children can safely cross on their way to school. Thank you.
Sure, Naomi, just real quick, I'll tell you this, is that our engineering department is working with the county engineering department.
Great.
And I know that what the county engineer is looking at isn't quite ready for prime time, but
Okay.
our engineering department has a lot of faith that the county engineering department has some really good ideas and that they might be able to implement some things in a timely manner finally. And I don't mean finally on their end. I mean, we all here have asked them and put pressure or asked them nicely, a mixture of the two, to help us address this. So I think something will actually happen, but we just need a little bit more time to get the county engineering department to get approvals from county government to do what they might want to do. And I know it's been a while, but I think we're close to actually getting something done now. Right, so I hope that's somewhat helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, bringing over Lauren.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is Lauren Seam, 1 Morven. As the weather slowly starts to improve, it's nice to see residents coming out of hibernation and enjoy outdoor spaces. And one of those spaces is Heinz Plaza. However, slowly but surely, there seems to be less of Heinz Plaza for the public to enjoy. If you look at pictures of Heinz Plaza from a few years ago, and then look at it now, and use some stationary reference points, such as the trees or the library facades, I think you'll see that the commercial space takes up approximately 3 times the space it did just a few years ago. The public is literally getting squeezed out of Heinz Plaza. So my question for council this evening is Heinz Plaza a public space? Is it a commercial space? Or I don't know, is it a hybrid space? If it's a hybrid public commercial space, what's the demarcation? If it's a public space, is the commercial entity paying the town for its use? Or is the town somehow subsidizing this one business? Can only this one commercial entity use the space? Or could other establishments use it as well? I know these are a lot of questions, but it really just boils down to this. Could council please explain to me the nature of Heinz Plaza? And could you help me and point me to, and I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking for, and maybe that's why I can't find it, but could you point me to, I don't know, the ordinance, the resolution, the contract, the agreement, basically whatever document exists that defines the space? Thank you.
Sure, Lauren. Thank you. So I know there is an agreement with the restaurants that they can only use so much of the plaza. And I know that a few months ago, we had pushed back and made sure that they actually did not take more of the plaza than they were supposed to, and they had to pull back. So we can check on that again to make sure they haven't expanded while we weren't looking, so to speak. So that part of your question I can answer, and I'll ask our administrator if we could have somebody follow up with you this week as to what the agreement is with the commercial entity as to the use of the plaza. I don't know that off the top of my head, to be honest.
Great, that'd be great, thank you.
Sure thing, thank you. Michelle?
Yeah, I was just going to add in, Lauren, that there was an extension agreed to because of COVID. So there had been an extension of the patio. Normally there are, there's a certain amount of space that can be used, and that is part of the ordinance. There is an ordinance, but because of COVID, we did allow an extension. So we will get back to you. That's a good question. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, David?
And I just want to make clear that it wasn't a special dispensation just for the businesses on Heinz Plaza. We provided outdoor support space for many businesses throughout town by taking over parking spaces and creating outdoor dining space and with a similar arrangement for those other businesses. So it wasn't unique to Heinz Plaza.
Thank you, David. Okay, all right, Adam, could we bring in the next member of the public, please?
Yes, Mayor, bringing over Erica.
Sure.
Erica Mosner, 6H Holly House. Please accept my utmost thanks both for this opportunity and for all that council and staff sacrifice, dedicate, and bring to the table on behalf of Princeton Municipality. My roots are now firmly here in Princeton. I was on the staff of the Institute for Advanced Study for over 22 years. I'm a resident and renter for 20 years, the last 18 of those in the subsidized housing development of Princeton Community Village. The view from my apartment now looks out on the profoundly changed landscape cleared away for the construction of additional affordable housing. I steadfastly and wholeheartedly support homes for 25 families. They will be welcome. Somehow, though, of what may be as many as 600 existing residents of Princeton Community Village, I fear that in regard to this construction, yours and other governing bodies in Princeton did not hear from us in any significant number to provide our perspective, air our questions, and voice any concerns. Among what we've lost is perhaps as much as an acre of natural habitat, more beautiful and remarkable for its rawness and imperfection. I've witnessed Princeton neighbors speaking up at municipality meetings. I know the power of each voice. For this construction project, I was a member of the resident advisory panel created by management of the village and Princeton Community Housing. Despite all of that, as a willing and participating citizen and someone personally and profoundly impacted by this construction, I was also deeply ignorant of the workings of local government. I knew this project was under consideration, but I had no idea which governing bodies would be reviewing this project or when. A person can't look out for something when they don't even know what they're looking for. We are good and valuable people here in Princeton Community Village. We treasure all the same things that others elsewhere in Princeton do. We are concerned citizens. Please, I ask that if ever in the future you have any thought that residents most impacted by a project or policy under your review do not seem to be making themselves heard, this doesn't mean those people don't care. I hope you will seriously consider seeking out those voices, even if as a courtesy and not something required of you by law. Not all of us are politically savvy or feel empowered, but we are all, owners and renters alike, neighbors. We, like you, are committed to Princeton as a vibrant, welcoming place to live a full and dignified life. I don't know how the voices of Princeton Community Village residents might have benefited this current project, but I will never stop wishing that I and everyone in Princeton did. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica, and thank you for bringing this up again here tonight, as you did at the Shade Tree Commission meeting recently. And just to reassure you that our staff has been very much on top of what trees could be removed by ordinance. And our arborist actually spends a fair amount of time out there making sure that the trees that are to remain are being protected. So everything that our staff can do to follow the ordinances in this specific case, all that is being done. So thanks for bringing that up. Adam, can we bring in the next person from the public, please?
Yes, next we have Mimi.
Thank you.
Hey, I know how this goes now. I've got to say where I live. It's 98 Nassau Street. You don't need more than that. Honestly, guys, I want to thank you very much. I've had a couple of situations where I've had to report some graffiti in town. I use the municipality website to report those instances with some photos, and was delighted how quickly it got done. I think tonight you're going to be hearing about situations where possibly there could be more activity into town, and just want any residents that might be on the call to realize there are opportunities through the website at the municipality to let folks know when things may not be going their way in terms of activity downtown. My experience over the last 3 weeks, and you guys can look it up to see where I've reported some things with the graffiti, it gets done very quickly. So wanting to thank you very much that you guys are on top of it. And that was it. Thanks so much, guys.
Mimi, thanks for the thanks.
Mhm.
Okay. Eve?
I just want to say, Mimi, in this case and in many others, thanks really goes to our staff. So in theory and practice, we're sending those good vibes on to our wonderful municipal staff who are very responsive to these things. So thank you very much.
Okay. Adam, bring in the next member of the public, please.
Okay, next is Jennifer.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Barthelemy. I live at 196 Stonecliff. And I also wanted to comment on the Rosedale crossing. I wanted to echo some of Naomi's earlier comments and also add some additional statements. I wanted to thank Jim Purcell and Princeton Engineering for putting up the flexible delineators. And also thank you so much to the council and the mayor for bringing these concerns to the city and working with them to try and find solutions for Rosedale Road. Currently, I'm on the PTO board for the children's programs, which means that I run the after-school activities at Johnson Park. And frequently, children, especially in fourth and fifth grade children, are crossing that road in the evening. Myself, we have 4 boys, and we live in Edel Farm, so we frequently walk those streets as well. I do know that there has been a proposal for a roundabout, so I wanted to get a little bit more information about how the roundabout could help to improve safety of pedestrians crossing Rosedale, and if that really is going to provide an adequate solution in slowing down the traffic flow and also providing safety for people that are crossing Rosedale and are walking, back and forth to the park.
Yeah, Jennifer, my belief is that, and Deanna or Jim could jump in, but I believe that's still one option that the county engineering department is looking at. And I do not know that that is going to be the solution for sure yet. Because there's still several steps to go through at the county level before whatever the final solution will be is going to be solidified, I guess. So I know we are trying to work with them to get to that point as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Yes, Mayor, bringing over Jonathan.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can, Jonathan. Thank you.
Great. Jonathan Hopkins, 133 Library Place. My comments relate to parking. In a letter to Town Topics called Correcting Misunderstandings About Permit Parking Program, Letitia Fraga and David Cohen wrote that, quote, let me find the exact quote here. Because I think it's important. The recommendations are to initiate a pilot program in limited parts of town, specifically the Tree Streets and the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhoods. That was a letter you wrote January 22nd, 2020. Letitia Fraga was then quoted in Town Topics saying, all of Princeton was, quote, always part of the plan. I'd like to understand whether the scope of the Princeton Parking Task Force was all of Princeton or limited to those neighborhoods. I personally oppose it in those neighborhoods and anywhere in Princeton, but I think that having clarity on what looks like duplicitous speak from the president of the council needs to be clarified. I also want to mention that we reached a new low in civic engagement in Princeton this week. It was reported by Richard Ryan that residents would be prevented from speaking at tomorrow's meeting on the parking task force. My understanding is that may have come from David Cohen. I'd like David Cohen to speak about whether or not that information came from him. And if not, we can then assume that that was misinformation by one of the reporters in town. Can you please clarify these statements?
Yeah, I can clarify that. Richard and I had an email exchange after that was brought to my attention. And that was something that was brought to him by someone who was not on the governing body. And I told him that that was not the way the meeting was going to be run tomorrow night. Although legally, since tomorrow night's meeting is a continuance of a previous hearing on this topic. We could limit the discussion to people that hadn't spoken yet, but I did not, and most people I think agree that that really wouldn't be fair. So everybody that wants to speak tomorrow night's going to have a chance to speak. Hopefully the people that haven't spoken yet get preference. So anyway, I hope that deals with that one. And Jonathan, I just want to make sure that you know that tomorrow night's council meeting is specifically going to be about where we are on permit parking and what aspects of that overall report may be pursued at this time. So that would be, if you can make the meeting tomorrow night at 7, that would be a great time for you to tune in and hear what the latest and greatest is, if that's possible.
May I comment?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Leticia.
so regarding the letter to the editor and what I was quoted on, that was correct. That was the task force was looking at parking solutions that it would involve all the neighborhoods that we looked at. But ultimately, what I want to say is that any recommendations, and tomorrow we hope to be able to just summarize, provide a quick summary and get feedback from council. But ultimately, it is up to council. We're bringing it to council for as a body to decide and how we are going to move forward. But I was not misquoted. I just want to clarify that. And again, tomorrow's meeting, anything that may have been, whether it was misinterpreted regarding public comment tomorrow, I would just want to say that everybody who spoke is already on the record. And hopefully what we hear tomorrow is from members who did not have an opportunity to speak, but also if those who already spoke at the January 11th wish to add additional comments, but hopefully not repeat what was already put on the record, so that we don't end up with another 5-hour meeting. But it was never the intention to say that residents or anyone from the public would not be able to speak. Anybody's obviously, we open it up for public comment. It's just that we're hopeful that in consideration of the time, that we're not just going to be repeating what was already put on the record. Thank you.
Thanks, Leticia. Okay. All right, Adam, can we bring in the next member of the public, please?
Okay, next is Michelle.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Michael.
Hello, hi. Michele Muriello, 25 Witherspoon Street. I just have not a comment, but a compliment. So I've been living since September in this town, and it's been amazing. Thanks to all the Printonian and to all of you guidance that help us do well. So it's a compliment to everybody. Thank you. I just take a few seconds.
Thank you very much.
The meeting. You're welcome.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
Okay. Adam, can we have the next person?
Yes, next up is Ed.
Ed, okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Ed.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly. I just wanted to respond to Ms. Mosner's earlier comment regarding Princeton Community Village. As Ms. Mosner has said, at the Environmental Commission and the Shade Tree Commission, the folks that reside in affordable housing do deserve a voice, and I fully, and Princeton Community Housing fully supports the notion that everyone has an equal voice in all matters. I just wanted to make sure the council was aware that we, Princeton Community Housing, did quite a bit of outreach during the design and planning process. As Ms. Mosner mentioned, she was a member of the advisory panel of residents. We also consistently sent out constant contact emails with updates on the design and the planning. We also did let folks know that the municipal website is a good source of information for meetings. But that being said, I think we mentioned this at the Environmental Commission meeting the other night. I certainly learned quite a bit about the process of development as it pertains, to this project up at Princeton Community Village. So if I'm learning, then I'm sure other people might be in need of some information too. So I certainly am willing to help provide that kind of information and help illustrate what is involved in the development process, because it isn't simple. And I would like to, again, just volunteer my time and talents for that. Lastly, we are under construction up there, and we're very proud of that. And we're making good progress despite the weather. And we are following all our approved plans to the letter, and I can assure you of that. So that's it. Those are my comments. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ed. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, bringing over Charles.
Okay. Chip? Chip, are you there? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you yet.
Hello?
There you go.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Oh, good. I'm sorry, I had technical issues there. This is Chip's son, not Chip himself. I would like to raise a concern. We have chat and participants to say it's understandable that during the pandemic we can't meet in person, but the setup here is isolating and counter to the community aspect of what a meeting is supposed to be. I go so people can see that I'm there and I care about the issues. There could be 10 or 100 or 1,000 people here and we can't even tell. Can't interrupt the meeting, and having it disabled can only serve to suppress information.
All right, Charles, you're muted again, and you were cutting out.
Did
you
you get all that?
We're having you keep Charles. You keep cutting out. So
I'm not sure what's happening then.
okay, so we can. I think we have a gist of what you're possibly asking. We'll try to reply to that now. Eve, you had your hand up. Did you want to?
I was just going to say that I think the point he was making, as has been made by other people, is that it would be good if participants in the webinar could see a list of who is in attendance. We're told by both Zoom and our IT people that in the webinar format, that's not possible. We're using the webinar format to avoid Zoom bombing, which is what happened when we didn't have the webinar format. So I can tell you we have 95 attendees. I don't know if that's meaningful. And I'll also point out in person, even though you can see people, you don't necessarily know their names or how to get in contact with them. But, I wish we could do more. You're not the first person who has brought this issue up, but there are technical obstacles that neither Zoom nor us nor our IT department know how to overcome. Did I?
Yeah, if I may, Eve, he also mentioned the chat function not being enabled. And to that, similar to if you were meeting in person, individuals would have to raise their hand or go up to the podium to speak. We would not be able to see their chats, or for individuals to see what everybody else was commenting unless they went up to the podium to speak during public comment. So I know that was another question that has been raised by others as well.
Okay. Leticia, thank you. Eve, thank you. All right. Adam, could we bring in the next member of the public, please?
Yes, next is Josh.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. This is actually Denise Stone. We're watching together. I live at 50 Deer Path, and my question is about a discussion that happened a few months ago related to stormwater ordinances. I just wanted to find out what the status is of that change, and also wanted to understand how that would be applied to some of the newer, larger housing projects in town, as well as how the university is being engaged in the implementation of that planning. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, David.
So I'm not 100% sure if you're referring to the redevelopment ordinance that we were working on. That's probably the closest in time to a few months ago, as you're mentioning. And that ordinance was intended to require stormwater management for disturbance of existing impervious coverage, in addition to creation of new impervious coverage, which is all that's required under the existing ordinance. It got a little bit hung up for reasons I'm not going to go into. I think it will delay the meeting too much. But I will say that multifamily housing developments under state law are currently exempt from any enhanced local stormwater regulations. So even if we had succeeded in passing that ordinance, it would not have impacted the multifamily residential development that's going on around town right now.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Eve and then Deanna.
Thanks. I just want to add to that, and maybe Deanna was going to jump in, that as I understand it, there are two additional stormwater approaches to stormwater that are being prioritized. One is for the municipality to come up with a stormwater mitigation plan, which means for developments that can't completely control the stormwater on site, they pay into a fund of money that then the municipality can use to address multi-site stormwater issues. That is, we can come up with a list of these are the 10 most important stormwater related situations that we want to address. And as we get money to deal with that, we can address those things. So I think the municipality is focusing on developing that list of the stormwater mitigation plans. And the other thing that I believe that the Flood Commission is going to be focusing on is a stormwater utility. And a stormwater utility is a fee-based system that everyone, including our nonprofits, pay into, that can also be used to raise money for the municipality to, again, prioritize which stormwater issues can we address that will serve the largest needs of the community. Sometimes forcing somebody to control stormwater on site deals with that particular site, but does not, let's say, enhance the point that we're trying to reach in total. So there's a lot of work. I just want to assure you there's a lot of work being done on this, even though this ordinance is not being fast-tracked right now.
Thank you. Deanna, and then Mia.
Sure. And just to add to that, as a part of the stormwater feasibility study, a large component is community engagement and working with the community to understand what the needs are and provide education as to the issues that we have related to stormwater so that you can see the overall picture. And I was also just going to note that if you had additional questions after tonight's meeting, you can always reach out to us at the engineering department, to either Jim Purcell or myself, and we can talk more in detail about all of the different activities that are underway to address stormwater concerns in the community.
Thank you, Deanna. Mia?
I just want to mention that I think it was last week that the council passed a resolution in support of, there is currently a dispute going on at the state level between two state agencies, and one of those state agencies wants to permit municipalities, individual municipalities, to pass legislation that would go above and beyond what the state permits, and the other state agency does not. And the council passed a resolution, I think, at our last meeting, in support of the state agency that would like to permit municipalities to go above and beyond. That's a very simplistic explanation of a complicated issue, but that's the best I can do in this time frame.
Thanks, Mia. Okay. Adam, can we bring in who's next, please?
Yes, next is Lance.
Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Lance.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is good news. You know, you guys need good news. So this is good news.
Lance, you just got to say, Lance, I'm sorry. You got to say your full name and address.
I'm sorry, Lance Liverman. One of my addresses, 327 Witherspoon Street, Princeton, New Jersey, 08542.
Got it.
Right next to Conti's. So if you want to come visit me, please, you're all welcome. I just want to say, first of all, I want to thank God for all of you. You're doing a great job. I'm not, doing this to complain, and not that they're complaining, but issues are very important. But to let you guys know you're doing a great job. I want Mia to know, happy birthday. We love you. You are special to the town, special to everyone. And I want you also to know that this is the last day of Black History Month. And I say that for many reasons. I say it, first of all, because it shouldn't be, Black History Month shouldn't be one month, 1 day, or 1 week. It should be part of our history forever, because we're all in this together. And I see I'm at 154. I'm gonna leave this with, I think that we need prayers for the Ukraine folks and what's going on there. We wake up every day, we put on our shoes, we go to our jobs, we kiss our families, we do all these things that we take for granted. And when you see what's going on in other countries and in other parts of the world, it lets you know how blessed, and I'm sorry I said blessed, people hate this, I know, blessed we are. But I just want to say thank you guys, keep up the good work. I'm here to work with you with the parking program. I'm here to work with you with the SID program. I'm here to work with you, whatever. So that's all I want to say. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
Lance.
Okay. I think that's it for people with their hands up. We do have a number of emails to read. Michelle, I think you have the first one.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. So from Douglas Blair, Patton Avenue, he writes, since the dispensary NIMBYs are out in force in our town and the surrounding towns, and those in favor of dispensaries are not in an organized group, mass mailing residents, I thought I could at least write to the committee to express my support. Like others who have written to the town topics, I believe that marijuana sales should be regulated like liquor. This belief also leads me to a suggestion for a location, which is the Harrison Street Shopping Center. As a departure of the liquor store, these seems to create an excellent opening. No problems with parking or adjacent schools either. I have no idea how the owners would view this, but they certainly could use the rent. And I bet the Food Emporia would be happy. That's it.
Thank you, Michelle. Eve, do you have is the next one you?
I believe I do. Thank you, Mayor. From Ruth Snedeker, Middlesex, New Jersey. There is no earthly reason to continue this barbaric ritual other than sheer sadism. The deer are not a significant vector problem as deemed by the FDA. If you truly believe this behavior is acceptable, then in your defense, tape your actions for public release and approval. Since you already know your actions are indefensible, this will not happen, will it? I fervently hope you will revisit this abominable ritual and restore dignity to Princeton.
Thank you, Eve. And just for people listening, that is in relation to a method of trapping and removing deer, which is net and bolting, net and bolt. As just a general information, the deer hunt is over for this season. And we have asked people that have suggested that the net and bolt method is not used a lot, but it is used some in Princeton. We have asked people that have commented on that to help us look at other alternatives to see if any of those are feasible. So just as an update. Leighton, I think you have the next email.
Thank you, Mayor. This next email comes from Eileen Bird at 53 Moran Avenue, who writes, Dear Mayor and Council, the murder of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and countless other Black men and women have made clear the need for greater police accountability. While the Princeton police are far more professional than their counterparts in many other jurisdictions, that does not eliminate the need for accountability and transparency. There is reportedly a large discrepancy in the use of force by the police between Black and white members of the Princeton community. There is little or no transparency after a complaint is made. This must change. When complaints about the behavior of Princeton police are made, the community should be directly involved in their resolution. While internal investigations are important, they are not enough. Accountability and transparency are best achieved by having a strong civilian review board. The members of the review board should be chosen by the mayor from a list of candidates submitted by the Princeton Civil Rights Commission. At a minimum, the board should have access to the entire internal review file, including body cam footage, in parentheses. Where necessary, the board should have the authority to conduct additional investigation. The board should be required to inform both municipal leaders and the public of its conclusions regarding complaints. The board should have a voice in the resolution of complaint against police. Finally, the board should have the ability to make recommendations regarding improving police department policies and practices. These steps may be unpopular with the chief of police and members of the police force. However, having a strong civilian review board would make our police department even stronger and better, and increase public confidence in law enforcement for all of the citizens of Princeton. It would also hopefully make life in Princeton safer, particularly for people of color. I look forward to hearing from you regarding the steps that Princeton is taking to create an effective civilian review board.
Thanks, Leighton. And without commenting on the pros or cons of that idea, I will just say, in talking to the police department, there were 13 incidents of use of force from 2019 to 2021, and those involved 5 people that were categorized as white, 5 that were listed as Asian, 2 Hispanic, and 1 African American. So that was for 2019, 2021. Leticia, I think you have the next email.
Yes, and I believe it's the last one that came in. This is from Stuart Karashki. There's no address given, but he wrote, with regard to ordinance 2022-04, I am moved to write with regard to the planned reconsideration of this ordinance. I have lived around the corner from 51 Hawthorne, and I walk by that property at least once every day, usually more often. That block of Hawthorne does not get a lot of parked cars, and I have never seen a car violate the space reserved for 51 Hawthorne. It seems to me that the residents of that address have the maximum protection.
Okay, thank you. All right, those were all the hands that were raised and all the emails that were sent in for this section of the meeting, which is comments for items not on the agenda. So we will now move on to announcements and reports. Members of council, any of you that wish to, Eve?
Except now I have to find it. Sorry, sorry, okay. My printer isn't working, so I'm on 2 computers. I just want to remind those who are listening that council has another special meeting planned for March 29th, Tuesday at 7 p.m. to discuss issues related to a potential cannabis dispensary in town. And want to also mention the PSRC's spring fundraiser again. That's March 21st. Princeton native Mamouche Zomarodi, the host of NPR's TED Radio Hour, will be the speaker, and you can get tickets on the Senior Center's website. Sounds like a great program. Thanks.
Thanks, Eve. Michelle?
Now I have to pull my report up. So just a brief report from the Recreation Department. So with the school board referendum passing and the facilities happening, there'll be roof repairs being done at Community Park School this summer, which means, unfortunately, well, there's good news, bad news, that the day camp, the summer day camp, will not be possible because there's no place to house. There's not a large enough indoor facility. It's 250 students that need to have bad weather shelter. So that's not going to take place, unfortunately, this year. So they are going to pivot, though, to do some really nice half-day programs, smaller size things like magic, dance, theater, empowerment, chess, arts and crafts, skateboarding, basketball. They have a whole slew of different programming. So that programming will be available, and there'll be more information coming out. There's a letter going out now to last year's subscribers, just to let people know. The other piece of good news is that the pool will be on its regular schedule. So we'll have more information about the pool coming open, because we can start thinking about that now once we're moving into March tomorrow. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Leticia?
Yes, for those who may have tuned in later, I just want to remind everyone that tomorrow there's a special meeting of council, and this was scheduled as a continuation of the meeting that was held on January 11th, the presentation on the permit parking task force recommendations, and also from other groups that presented that presented their views on that. We hope there will be an opportunity to hear feedback from council. It will start with a summary of the recommendations that were made by the task force, followed by feedback from council. And then we hope to hear, it'll be open for additional public comment, especially those who may not have had opportunity to comment at the January 11th meeting, but also if anybody else has additional comments that they wish to make. And I also wanted to mention that we've heard from residents and members of the public expressing concerns or questioning whether we're doing enough to notify residents of upcoming meetings. And I really want to say that the best way to be informed is to sign up for the newsletter. And not only that, there's also, for those who are residents or anyone interested in specific initiatives or topics, they can sign up for notifications. I know I signed up for them, and I actually have heard from residents who signed up for notifications regarding permit parking. So before we had even announced it, as soon as it went up on the calendar, anyone who signed up asking, wanting to be notified when meetings were coming up, were already reaching out. So that really is the best way to stay informed about upcoming meetings. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Other council reports or announcements? Mia?
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of calls in the last week about construction projects in various areas, including one at 5:30 in the morning on Sunday. So I wanted to give our staff, I think Jim in particular, a chance to give an update and just reassure people that this too shall pass. And Jim, go ahead.
As everyone knows, we're getting ready to start our reconstruction of Witherspoon Street from Nassau to Green. We have a pre-construction meeting scheduled 10 days from now with the contractor Earl Asphalt and the parties that are all involved, which include a number of different agencies, New Jersey DOT, the utility companies, and we're inviting, of course, the Graduate Hotel folk, the Palmer Square management people, because we have to coordinate their construction with ours. In preparation of that, the past month has been utility facilities construction, so a lot of repairs, upgrades, connection work being done. At the moment, Verizon is wrapping up their underground facilities work, which included upgrading some of their fiber optic cables. That work is being done, hopefully will finish this week. It's being done during the daytime at this point. We had to switch them over to nighttime work because of the impact on traffic. It was getting very dangerous for them to be out there and still keep traffic running. The water company has been working at night, which is obviously quite an inconvenience on the residents in the area. And we've had to use the Franklin lot for equipment storage and materials storage. And that has caused a bit of a problem in that residential area. We really don't have a choice. The water company needs to shut off services, and the middle of the night is the best time to do so, to limit the impact on the residents and the businesses in the Witherspoon downtown area. They're going to be followed by a replacement of a gas main by PSE&G Gas. Now, all of these utility companies are working as quickly as possible, and it's one of the reasons we've have them doing it at night. Water and gas have to be done at night. There's no other choice. They can't afford to shut off services. It's taking longer than we anticipated because there are gas facilities in the area that require the utility companies to dig by hand. So it's been taking an incredible amount of effort for them to do all of this work. They should be done by the by the end of March. And that is when we anticipate our construction contractor to start the reconstruction work of Witherspoon Street. At the same time, Graduate Hotel is moving into the demolition phase of the Chambers Street building. They are currently working on the interior remediation portion. They're keeping everything inside as they do the asbestos and lead remediation. They've been very, very good at keeping it encapsulated. I can't say anything more about their fantastic work and no dust. You're not seeing any impact right now. They will be going to move toward putting up their work zone on Chambers Street. And I anticipate them coming back to council to ask that they modify that, and you'll hear about that soon. The other things going on in town are moving pretty smoothly. As you know, Avalon at Thanet Circle is under construction, and the Pearl site, and you've already heard about the Princeton Community Village project that's going on. It's amazing that all of these things are taking place at the same time, and we have had some complaints, but I must say that they are few and far between, and we're doing our best to not inconvenience or minimize the inconvenience of everybody involved.
Did you want to mention the website, Jim?
I'm sorry. And I also forgot to mention that we are taking out the Bradford pears on Witherspoon Street. And that work will start in about 3 weeks. We are notifying everybody along the Witherspoon corridor, including 200 feet, a 200-foot notice, and we'll be posting notices as well, so that everybody's aware that our DPW will be out taking down the Bradford Pears. We've set up a Witherspoon Street Reconstruction website where everybody can sign up for notifications, as Council President Braga mentioned with the parking task force. We've got the same thing with the Witherspoon task force, and we will be making sure that periodic updates are posted to that website and sent out to people who subscribe to notifications.
I just want to say there's no Witherspoon task force before.
No, there's no Witherspoon task force.
Not to worry.
The parking, yeah, sorry.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Leighton?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 quick announcements. One, the Princeton Housing Authority, under new management and leadership of John Clark, are taking a look at policies, procedures, and doing an organizational assessment of all of those things, which would include website upgrades. Also, there is consideration to take a look at reconfiguring 50 Clay Street, which is the old office for the Housing Authority. And one of just simply the possibilities could be a laundromat. Don't hold the Housing Authority board or management to that, but that is one of the things they will be looking at. And all things kind of hinge upon the age of the building and taking a look at things like asbestos and lead paint. So stand by for more information on that. Also, another announcement is on the 19th of March at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the Arts Council of Princeton. The Witherspoon Jackson Neighborhood Association will hold a community-based meeting that will focus on Shade Tree Commission presentation of August and spring plantings. Also, there'll be a presentation by Deanna and her group in engineering on the Witherspoon Street Carter reconfiguration and redevelopment from Green to Clay Street. And last but not least, Adam Welch of the Arts Council will give a presentation on Porch Fest, which is kind of substituting and taking the place of Community this year. Thank you.
Thanks, Leighton. Any other council announcements or reports? Ernie, anything specifically from staff to?
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's get into the police department. We have 2 reports, the December 2021 report and the 2021 yearly report. Lieutenant?
Good evening, Mayor Frida and members of council and everybody. Thank you for having me.
Good evening.
In the agenda package, you actually, I believe, find 3 reports. We have the December 2021 monthly, the January 2022 monthly as well, and the 2021 Princeton annual report. These reports were all disseminated at the same time due to the time of their completion, and it just happened how the date fell on the schedule with this meeting. All these reports have been posted to the website and are all available for transparency and reviewing. In speaking with Chief Morgan about tonight's meeting, the issue that we wanted to emphasize and bring to everyone's attention is that of recruitment for the police department. In November of 2020, we started our last recruitment process. That process was completed in January of 2022, and during the totality of that process, we hired 6 officers to replace vacancies that occurred in the police department as a result of retirements. The 3 most recent officers of those 6 started last month in January, with 1 starting the Mercer County Police Academy earlier today. So as you can see, between November of 2020 and January of 22, that's over a year of recruitment efforts. The recruitment process itself is long and has multiple phases. Over the course of the next 18 months, the police department projects another 7 vacancies occurring as a result of potential retirements. So we believe now is the time to start succession planning and preparing for these vacancies. Historically, during any given recruitment, we bring in between 400 to 700 applications. And our goal is to have a large, diverse applicant pool in order to assist us in identifying high quality applicants. So the hope is to start our next recruitment in the coming weeks. We're looking forward to it. We're excited. And does anybody have any questions about that or anything else on the one of the reports?
Thank you. Leticia?
I don't have necessarily questions, but comments. I was really impressed with how comprehensive the annual report was. And I appreciated the listing of the training that our department undergoes on a regular basis, whether it's monthly or annual, not just for our officers, but also staff. So I really appreciated seeing that and encourage the members of the public who have not seen it. I believe that's available on the police department's webpage. It's really, it's a good read.
Thank you, Ms. Rogg. Yes, training is something that we emphasize. For those who don't know, we recently implemented a virtual reality simulator in our training center. The simulator gives us the ability to conduct de-escalation training and other training that's very beneficial to officers. So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eve?
Thanks. Thanks for being here, Lieutenant. Yeah, I also wanted to compliment you on your hiring. I've had the opportunity to meet some of the, the last few hires that you've made, and I know we are fortunate enough to get hundreds of applicants for everyone we select, and that's because of the high caliber of the department. And I also love the approach that everyone who applies gets an interview, even if it's a 5 minutes. So I really feel like not only are you bringing in great people, but you're really educating them in the process and showing a care that is often not shown. I wanted to touch lightly on something else that came up, which is something we've talked about for the last couple of years. And you now have a program in place to deal with this, which is the secondary response, the Volunteers of America, which I think is phenomenal, which you touched on a little bit in the report. But I wonder, for the benefit of the community that's here, if you could talk a little bit more about that and why that was implemented and what it hopes to achieve.
Yeah, thank you. The Volunteers of America organization is someone that the police department partnered with, I believe it was last year. We wanted to implement some sort of secondary responder program. In the past, some of the secondary responder programs that we utilized were primarily utilized for mental health assessment. So we partnered with mobile outreach through Capitol Health in order to respond to situations where somebody was in mental health crisis, in order to have an evaluation conducted at the scene, whether it be at their house or at their place of employment or on the street. But we wanted to really open up a secondary responder program outside of just mental health. It could be financial hardship, homelessness. Those are just two of large assortment of services that the Volunteers of America can provide. So when we interact with somebody who we believe might be benefited by the services provided by the Volunteers of America, we input them into a portal. That information is then collected by the Volunteers of America. They will respond out and offer services like counseling, financial aid, any kind of housing or temporary housing to those in need as a result of a fire, flood, or any other kind of hardship they might be dealing with. We thought it's a well-rounded program that can really help a variety of individuals in multitude of situations. So it is our way of saying that the police department doesn't have to necessarily get involved in every single aspect of issues that crop up in our community, but it's also a private organization that can assist us and partner with us in our endeavors.
It's a good explanation. Thank you. Any other questions for the lieutenant? Leighton.
Thank you, Mayor. Lieutenant, I just want to say, I really read the report. It's an exhaustive, long and lengthy report of everything that you and your staff and the police force do for the citizens here in Princeton. And it occurred to me that the only way you could have that much information in a report is if it was indeed important for you to gather it all at the time. In real time, things are happening. So I just want to say thank you for keeping our citizens safe and for being so transparent that it suggests to me that you got to be pretty damn good. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Mr. Newland. Thank you so much.
Okay, I see we do have a hand up. Adam, could you let Lance back in for his comment, question, or?
Lieutenant, how are you?
Lance, good to see you. A long time.
Oh my
no-
God,
How you been?
I knew this young man when he was when he was starting at the police department.
I had hair back then.
He had hair. He had an afro. But I mean, he's a great guy. I mean, I can't put my hand up enough for him. He's doing a great job. My question is with the, I guess, the internal part of the police. And I know as an outsider, I probably shouldn't be, I'm not trying to throw things at you, but I know that there was a question in regard to the police vests that have come up through a few people in regard to if the vest that we wear now, if there's a health concern in regard to the weight and keeping the vest that we wear on the inside. I think we're like one of the few police departments that wear police vests this way. And I don't know if you've heard of this or if this is something that I'm just hearing from other folks, but it seems like there's a different kind of approach to wearing police vests. Not that there are the vests that seem kind of outgoing or I should say kind of threatening, but there are vests that seem the same way, but they're worn outside. So for instance, when the police are off duty or have downtime, they can take the vest off and put them back on. And it seems that I'm hearing that there may be a health concern within police departments that keep the vests on all the time. Is there any concern that I should worry about?
Lance, thanks for the question. I did the various kinds of external vests have cropped up in the police department before. I know this is something that the chief has looked into. However, the chief felt that our current uniform is very professional, and I think it serves in the best interest of the police department that the officers continue to wear their current uniforms. I know that it is something that he's looked into personally, and I can certainly share that your concerns with him, Lance, and bring it to his attention, and perhaps that can generate additional conversation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Right. And Lance, I would just add that this topic was mentioned at the last Public Safety Committee meeting. And the chief had reached out to the PBA also. So anyway, it's on, everyone's aware of the question. And I just try to figure a polite way to say, I believe that at the moment, it's a small number of the force that is behind the idea of changing the vest, where it appears most of the force is not in favor of it at the moment, or maybe has not cast an opinion on that. But at the end of the day, it is a matter that falls under the police chief's jurisdiction. And as Lieutenant has stated, I think a large part driving what may or may not happen is the professional look of the current uniforms. But anyway, just a little more background. Okay. Anybody have anything else for the police department reports? Okay. Matt, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too, sir.
All right. Next, Michelle, Sandy, who's starting off here on the budget?
Sandy, you want me to start, and you just kind of we're tag teaming.
Yep, that's perfect.
Okay. Do you want to share your screen, or you want me to share my screen? I have the.
It's up to you.
I can do it.
Okay.
Just one sec. This is just kind of a preliminary look at some of the drivers. Let me just turn this to presentation mode, 1 second. Okay. So this is a look at some of the drivers. So where we are right now, budget overview is that we have an increase. We have salary and wages are up by $403,000. This accounts for some new positions. We added an IT director, an engineering compliance officer. Now, the 3 new police officers, there's always the overlap in anticipation of the retirements to keep at the par. But we also additionally have some COLA increases based on contractual obligations. And then we have expenses that are up. So we have the note on Pearl, we have the Stony Brook Regional Sewer Authority is up, pension costs, and some other capital increases. And then we'll go into some of the details and garbage and trash collection. Sandy, if I miss anything, just
Okay.
jump in. So 2022 over 2021 budget projection is that we'll be up, like I said, 700, that's about $750,000. So some of the budget drivers now are expenditure increases. Well, I mentioned the police salary and wages, the historic sites, that's the Stony Brook repair, I think, the bridge. Now, garbage and trash collection is interesting. It's up considerably. That's because of COVID, people were home, so trash is at home. So it's really increased substantially. Legal expenses are up somewhat, accumulated sick leave, our police and firemen's retirement plan, and then the Stony Brook Regional Sewage Authority is up. And Sandy, if you want to touch on interest on notes and the deferred charge to future taxation unfunded, which is always complicated for me to explain.
Sure. So the deferred charge to future taxation unfunded, it's a horrible title, but unfortunately that's what the state makes us call it. It's basically paying upfront for capital projects. I like to do this if we can afford to, because it in the long run saves us money on debt service down the road. And I know 300 it's not a huge amount, but it's not, not an insignificant amount either. So when we can afford to do that, it saves us money in the long run. On the interest on notes, that is for a new note that we issued for the Pearl project, which is the affordable housing project.
Thank you. And then some decreases. Now, the planning board other expense, the 288,000 was actually in the budget for the master plan last year, but we had put it in the budget for this year. Now we're taking it out. Is that correct characterization? We have decreased in road repairs and maintenance salary and wages by 125,000 or 24,000. And we have bond principal and interest reductions of 60,000.
Right, that's based on some refundings that we've done, and we've restructured some debt. So that ultimately saves us money in the long run as well.
Great.
Is the road repair and maintenance salary and wages, that was the position that we no longer need because we consolidated the departments, right?
That's correct.
So I just want to add for the public that we consolidated the public works and engineering departments into infrastructure and operations, and under the very capable direction of our new deputy administrator, Deanna Stockton. And so that allowed us to eliminate a very expensive position, which was, the name escapes me at the moment, but it's a slim down department, which is even more effective. Just had to put in that plug there.
Yes, thank you. Very good. Thank you, Mia, for bringing that up. And David and Mia, just jump in. We're the finance committee, or Bernie, if I miss anything here. So now revenue decreases. So the surplus has decreased, and this was due, of course, to COVID and what we had done last year in order to balance and not have a tax increase. We have less money coming in on licenses, and then the sewer has decreased. And Sandy, can you explain that?
That's again, I think, we can completely say it's tied to COVID. There's more people home, and the water usage is up a little bit, but unfortunately the bigger user, which is the university, was not operational in terms of students being on campus for a good portion of last year as well. So that contributed significantly to the amount of the sewer revenue that we collected in 2021.
Thank you. Capital reserves are down 200,000.
And this is one that we talked quite a bit about. I mean, back when we had CFAT with Scott Sellers, we knew eventually this reserve would be completely gone, and this is the year that it is completely gone. So that does not come as a surprise.
Thank you. And the hotel and motel tax being down now, at first glance, I thought that was, of course, because of COVID and people not staying, but there's also another issue with the hotel motel tax being down.
Yeah, that number was down a little bit, I think, anyway, because people were not traveling, but we were notified by the state that they were paying us for, when we get this money from the state, it just comes into our bank account. There's no explanation what it's based on. We just see the amount in our bank account. And what was unbeknownst to us was that they were paying us for another hotel, probably out on Route 1 that has a Princeton mailing address. So they withheld all of that from us for a good chunk of last year. And that is actually back up to where it should be. So I think that number will definitely rebound again in 2022.
Great. When we get that graduate hotel tax in there too, that'll be nice. Okay, and then revenue increases. Court is back up. Utility operating surplus is up by 800,000. Now, the utility operating surplus here is the parking utility. Last year, we didn't take anything from the parking utility, but on a normal year, we were taking 1.8 million. So this is up 800, but it's still down by $1 million on what a normal year would bring in from the parking utility to our operating budget.
Actually, we did take $500,000 last year. So this brings us up to 1.3, still below what we were at before COVID.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully that's rebounding. I know Sandy said that it's looking like parking is rebounding, but then again, with all the construction and other shutdowns, it's questionable. So it's better to be conservative on this estimate. The university contribution, this was the contribution that we had negotiated on an annual basis to help offset the new paid firefighter that we had brought in, the 6. So this was a contribution towards that. Fire and housing inspection fees, that's gone up. And the ARP funding is the revenue, of course, from the rescue plan federal funding, which was 2.9 million. And then the amount to be raised by taxation, 3.2. Anything else on this part?
No, that's good.
Thanks. You want to explain this part, Sandy?
Yeah, this is just reiterating what I just mentioned about the debt service being down a little bit and then paying for the capital projects up front.
Thank you. So, we're looking at potentially a municipal tax rate increase of 0.04, which would bring an average tax bill increase to $348. Bringing the average assessed value for 2022 to, if based on 844,781. We don't have to decide right now, but we just wanted to get a feel from council in terms of doing this in today's, what we need to do is we really need to replenish our surplus. Last year we were really very fortunate to have the ARP money and be able to hold taxes down during such a difficult time during COVID. But with the economy rebounding, hopefully we're continuing to rebound, we are looking at potentially bringing, and maybe only half of this, maybe we only need to do 0.02. Any other comments about this? Let me see if I'll go back by, let me go through this and then we can go back to just getting council's response on this. So some of the things that the administration has already reduced, mayor and council other expenses, 70,000, human resources by 15,000, the engineering, 500,000. I don't know if that's that was
for the jitney. That was for the jitney.
Right. So the jitney, the freebie bus, I love how Sandy calls it the jitney. The freebie bus is always paid for through the parking utility, and we have already allocated that money in the 2021 budget that had already come out. So
Also, it was, we signed the contract and it was not 500K. I think
Yeah, it was a lot less.
it was a lot less.
It was 270. It was half that. Okay.
Right.
And the planning board, I already mentioned that this was the master plan that had already been allocated. Group insurance, they've been able to save 65,000, emergency management, 5,000, fire department and fire inspections have also been reduced. The volunteer incentive program, I think that's part of the fire department's program.
That's correct. Yep.
They've done some reconfiguring there. And then roads, other expenses went 50,000 down. So there's a total reduction of about 1.085 million. All right. So, so the next step. So we're recommending, as I was saying, maybe half of what I showed before. We were 0.04. We could go to 2.5%. Of course, nobody wants to raise the percentage at all, but just to be on the conservative side and conservative estimating, considering all of these factors. We also know that we're going to need to do a sewer rate increase. And what we're recommending is an incremental increase. So it's not one big increase all at once, but incremental over time, because we have not been increasing the sewer rate, and we do have considerable work to do on the sewers.
And just to be clear, Michelle, that's a user, that's a rate for users, that's not the connection fees.
Yeah, the connection fees, when you do a build, that goes into the sewer trust. This is the operating budget. Let's see what else. The use of the parking surplus, as I mentioned that before, we're at 1.3 right now. Normally it's at 1.8. And we just, to be conservative, we might regain that, but we don't really know. There's a lot of question marks, particularly because of the amount of construction that's going to be happening in the downtown area.
So if I can just jump in, we did this last slide as the next steps because right now this budget is at about an 8% tax increase. I know there's some places that we can, some more cuts that we can make and use additional surplus. What I was hoping to come out of tonight was, the recommendation of the Finance Committee is a tax increase between 2 and 2.5%. And of course, we'll try and work to keep that as low as we can. I wanted to make sure we had concurrence on the rest of the governing body because the next goal would be to introduce this budget at the next council meeting, which will be March 14th. And this is only the beginning steps of the budget process. We will introduce the budget. We will have a public hearing. So this is not our only shot at discussing the budget. I just want to make that clear. We're certainly going to have an opportunity to discuss this at the public hearing, and certainly at any other point if we need it to talk about the budget some more.
Sandy, if you can just clarify though, by increase, it's almost, I don't want to say cost of living, but there is a standard incremental increase that council has traditionally raised taxes over time, with the exception, I think, of the past several years during COVID. Do you want to just give the 2 years? Yeah. But the average amount is 2 to 3, right?
That's correct. Yeah, that's right.
For people who don't.
And we are limited. There is a levy cap that we have to work within as well. So we can't just, the 9% is just, we always start here. Legally, we couldn't do the 9% anyway, but I'd like to bring the budget so that you have some say in it. And, we're making these decisions jointly, and it's not just me coming in with a flat budget or, a 5% or a 2%. I like to keep the lines of communication open when we're going through this process.
Okay, Eve has her hand up. Eve, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle and Sandy. And Sandy, thank you for your wise stewardship. I mean, one of the things that was brought to everyone's attention here is how well you've managed our money in terms of knowing when to go out for new bonds and getting really the best possible rate. And that really has saved the taxpayers of the town a lot of money. So a big thank you. You know, ideally, yes, it would be great not to have a tax increase, but as Mia mentioned, we were able, because of the surplus that we had built up and because of the American Rescue Plan, to hold budgets flat over the last 2 years and not have, well, actually, I'm not sure, hold budgets flat. We were able to hold the taxes flat and not have an increase, but that is really not a sustainable plan, because our expenses go up, materials are more, salaries go up, health insurance goes up, et cetera. So I think, you know, a modest increase that you've indicated seems, you know, I wish that we could responsibly keep, not allow taxes to go up, but I don't think that that's a responsible course for us to take. And just since there are a lot of people on the call, I just want to remind people that of the tax bill that you pay, the municipality gets about 20% of that. About 50% goes to the schools and 30% goes to Mercer County. So although we levy and collect the taxes, we are taking just about 20% of that. And that is the portion that we are talking about here tonight. So just wanted to give everyone the big picture on that. And thank you for your hard work on this.
Thanks, Eve. And one thing I'd say in conjunction with what Eve just said, I think as someone that pays taxes every year, I'd rather see small increases per year instead of nothing, and then get smacked with a large increase, because that's really hard to budget for. And that's the kind of, those are the kind, when you have the larger increases, those are the increases that add to people having to leave the town because they can't afford to stay here. And I think the other thing is small, manageable increases allow us to refill the surplus. So if we're hit with something like we have been in the last couple of years with COVID and dramatic decreases in revenues, that we do have a rainy day fund that can help bail us out. And having that healthy surplus also affects our bond rating, which affects the rates we get when we go out and sell bonds, which, as has already been mentioned, Sandy is a whiz at and has gotten us some incredible deals on bonds and getting rid of bonds and rebonding and whatever the correct terminology is. But you know, I think financially, we want to stay as strong as possible and hang on to that AAA rating, because in the long run, that helps all our taxpayers and what they're paying. So a long way to say thanks, great job. And I agree with the 2 to 3% increase is probably what makes sense for us to be aiming for.
Yeah.
Okay,
Other
that's
council?
great.
Yeah, thanks, Sandy. Other council comments? Like Sandy said, this is just the first bite at the apple, and we'll be discussing this in a lot more detail. All right. Well, thank you to the Finance Committee. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so let's jump to the public hearings. The first one is ordinance 2022-03, an ordinance creating a special improvement district within the municipality of Princeton and designating a district management corporation. So could we have a motion on that? Thank you, Michelle. Is there a second? Thank you, Eve. Okay, so we'll do some council discussion, but let's try to keep that short and sweet so we can get to the public discussion. And just for the public, when we get to the public part, again, hit the raise your hand thing. We'll call people in the order that their hands come up. You have 3 minutes. Say your name and address. Try to be succinct so we can get to everybody that has something to say. And feel free to say, I agree with what the person 2 or 3 people ahead of me said, and not feel that you have to repeat everything. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. So we'd like to take the opportunity to do a little presentation. I know council has heard some of this before, but not all the public has, and we just would like to make sure it's all clear and clarified. So I've invited several of the steering committee members, Aubrey Haynes, Kathy Clockenbrink, and Helena May, to be here. We also have Stuart Copperweiss, our consultant, on hand if we have questions, and we also have Frank Regan on hand for questions. He's our attorney on this. So if I may, Aubrey, would you like to share your screen? We have a little presentation.
Yep. Hold on just a sec.
All right. Well, while you do that, I can get started because it's gonna be a long night. So I'd like to start off with just some background and context to how we've arrived at this ordinance to create a special improvement district for Princeton, and set the stage of where we were when we began, why the council decided to fund an economic revitalization study and create a steering committee. So at the onset of the pandemic, we had full closure of most of our retail and restaurant establishments. We managed to coordinate through the pandemic to communicate vital health and safety regulations, to implement initiatives to help reopen with safety measures in place, and to find and distribute funding to help alleviate the financial strain on businesses. This effort was taken solely by volunteers reaching out as best we could to communicate with each other, lacking even a centralized database of emails to distribute vital information that would reach all businesses. We managed, we survived, we did the best we could with all volunteer merchants association who worked diligently through all of this, while at the same time working to save their own businesses. We missed out on some grant opportunities, but we didn't have a central nonprofit organization to receive these funds or do grant writing. But we managed, fortunately, with the goodwill of the university and other corporations in town, to have some funding, but we could have done much more and much sooner. So the pandemic in general revealed to us what we were lacking and underscored a need for a more sustainable organizational structure. Oh, thank you. Perfect timing. So feeling the pressures of the situation, in September of 2020, the Economic Development Committee recommended to Mayor and Council that a study be undertaken. We approved the hiring of a consultant and appointed a steering committee whose names are here on the slide. This committee was selected from a variety of business, property owners, and nonprofit leaders who had been and continue to be engaged with the town and business community in a variety of ways. Through their memberships of the Merchants Association, some are board members, the Economic Development Committee, the Chamber of Commerce, and other community partner organizations. So on this slide, you can see the many people, many names that are familiar. They've spent a great deal of time and due diligence to research various options, meeting weekly to discuss and come up with a framework for the special improvement district. No one on the steering committee came to this process with a preconceived notion of where it would lead. However, once the research and discussions began, it became clear that a special improvement district model had the best track record, as it would give a sustainable funding source to fund the goals that were prioritized by the committee as a proven model in many towns. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the research showed us that there are nearly 100 SIDs in New Jersey and that they work. Towns both large and small, with large and small commercial zones, many similar to Princeton, others different. But one thing they had in common is they had thriving commercial areas that are engaged in planning and have strong channels of communication with their local town government and with each other. These towns are emerging from COVID stronger than ever. Some of them that we looked at: Somerville, Metuchen, Maplewood, Cranford, Haddonfield, Red Bank, Westfield, Summit, Morristown, Montclair, Asbury Park, Jersey City, Rahway, to name a few. These towns have SIDs and they work. So we did a lot of public noticing. We had stakeholder meetings in September. All property owners were noticed for these stakeholder meetings to discuss the special improvement district and discuss the work plan that was looked at. We did many meetings and outreach, and we did several PMA forums, press releases, and so on over the course of the 6 months since September to when the steering committee brought forward this executive summary, which was in December 21st, 2021. So now I want to get into a little bit, before we get into the discussion, the benefits of the SID, which has been aptly named the Princeton Business Partnership. I just want to mention that once the Princeton Business Partnership is formed, it would be a 501c3 type corporation, nonprofit corporation. the steering committee would cease to exist. At that time, there would be a board of directors and various committees created. So some of the steering committee members, but not all of them, would become board and committee members. But what I really want to just highlight is that there's room for any and all property, business owners, and residents that are interested in participating to join the committee and possibly to join the board. The fact is that the PBP, the Princeton Business Partnership, will be run and managed by the business community, and all owners would be part of it and have a voice in the future of the entity. All business and property owners would be a stakeholder. So with that, I just want to turn it over to Aubrey Haynes to tell you a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. My name is Aubrey Haynes. I'm managing partner of Princeton Property Partners. We own 5 mixed-use properties in Princeton and will be paying a significant contribution towards the SID if it is approved. The SID will hire a manager to do the work of the SID for us so that the effort can be sustained. After every meeting of the SID, when the volunteers are back at our day jobs, the manager will be following up on our ideas and suggestions. The SID will be able to provide a voice that the town can rely on to provide feedback on important issues that face businesses. The SID will invest significant funds to put Princeton on the map for travelers in the region. The SID will work to make the town more beautiful to visitors so that they stay longer and they come back more often. We don't want to just restore Princeton to what it was before the pandemic. We want to make it better than ever. The steering committee spent a lot of time to figure out what our SID should do. We looked at the issues that businesses face trying to rebound from COVID, getting customers back into shops, restaurants, and theaters. We also noticed something that many of you may have noticed, that the appearance of the downtown has taken a hit as more businesses have left and vacancies mount. After analyzing everything, the steering committee came to the following very simple conclusion. We need to improve the town so that other people love it just as much as we do. By the way, this will benefit all the workers in town, the residents, everyone who works, lives, and plays in Princeton. More shoppers, office workers, and residents will beget more businesses. New tenants will need help finding space, completing construction, promoting their businesses. Then they need ways to get their employees and customers to their workplace. All of these things will be helped by the SID and advanced by the SID. This will improve the quality of life for all Princetonians who will enjoy the new restaurants, shops, and newly energized commercial zones. The SID will have a professional marketing firm to promote the town, to inspire more visitors to come to Princeton and enjoy all that it has to offer. We've heard from some of our restaurant owners that they need more patrons on Tuesdays and lunchtimes. We will focus on ways to inspire people to come to Princeton at all times that support the vitality of our businesses. I will now turn the presentation over to Helena May.
Thank you, Aubrey. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Helena May, and I am a resident of 611 Lake Drive, and I'm also a Princeton-based business owner and a property owner at 300 Witherspoon Street, the former Packet building. How will the benefit that Aubrey stated be realized? How will our SID work? If we get the approval to form PBP, we will form a district management corporation, a nonprofit legal entity. After which point, a board of directors and steering committee will be formed with business members and residents. The board will establish a plan and finalize a budget to realize the plan. The board will also hire a manager to execute the plan. And we will need and look forward to residents and business community to participate in this future and exciting endeavor. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in terms of funding to realize the vision of the PBP, property owners will be assessed a SID fee on an annual basis after a budget is established and approved by the council. Property assessments will provide a stable source of funds to enable the success of the Princeton Business Partnership. The formula for assessment is based on location of the property and property values, and Kathy Clockenbrink will provide the details in a little bit. In addition to the assessment, I want to highlight that our SID as a nonprofit entity will enable us to seek grants and other sources of fundings that would not be available otherwise. For example, when COVID hit, grants such as Small Business Resiliency Fund would have been available if a SID had existed then. Other SIDs throughout the state had received such funds. Learning from that and looking forward, once we establish our SID PPP, we will seek out Main Street program grant money. For example, Metuchen got about $500,000 from that program. And that's something that we hope to apply for and realize to support our SID. Now I want to turn over to Kathy to share more information about assessment and governance of the SID.
Thank you, Elena, and everyone else this evening. My name is Kathy Klockenbrink, and I'm a resident member of the steering committee and a small business co-owner. As we look at this next slide, you will see the proposed organization of commercial and Foray classification subareas. The subareas closest to the heart of our town represent the greatest number of properties. Properties in sections of the town that are further out are included as they represent the gateways into Princeton. The reason for their inclusion is that all areas within these boundaries will benefit from a variety of services. These services include, but not exclude, the efforts of an executive director working with the municipality to propose changes needed to update current ordinances, as well as support new ordinances that better reflect the interests of our business community. For many businesses and owners, we for a moment consider the challenges and costs we have encountered in making changes to our existing structures or building up from scratch, we can easily tell tales of time and costs that have been disproportionate to what we were trying to accomplish. Another benefit is the development and maintenance of a communications database to support routine as well as emergency updates. Additional support, networking, and services will assist landlords in marketing not only their vacancies, but what Princeton can offer to businesses looking for a vibrant community. But it's not only the landlords that benefit. Businesses benefit when working together within the structure of a SID. These benefits include creation and participation in townwide events and promotions that include not only the CBD, but other commercial areas that lead into the CBD. An updated commercial website that promotes businesses, events, and other experiences our town offers for residents and visitors. Wayfinding campaigns that assist in traffic flow, directing visitors to parking outside of the CBD to decrease congestion and emissions, which in turn expand foot traffic to include a broader range of business, dining, and town events. What we know statistically is when the longer somebody stays in town, the more shopping they do. Creating a centralized hiring platform for businesses to post vacant positions, an opportunity to create job sharing, networking, and reduce the cost of hiring on other expensive platforms. Many of these ideas come from looking at other SIDs and seeing the creative ways that they've been able to coordinate and maximize the resources that they have. Next slide, please. Area rates based upon expected services. Here you can see that the properties in the heart of the town will receive the most benefits, have the most foot traffic, and represent the greatest number of participants. But you ask about the Foray properties included, what will they realize? Well, the benefits of being located in or near a downtown community. These benefits include residing in dwellings that are in walking distance to the diverse retail, dining, cultural, and social experiences Princeton has to offer. Access to commercial and professional services without having to get in a car. This is a big trend in how young professionals and empty nesters are choosing to live. The data is out there. Property values that reflect the benefits of living in a town with a well thought out master plan. This plan reflects the ability to connect the different corners of our town as one community with access to a broad range of services and retail. Imagine it's not just the heart of Nassau Street, but it's throughout the four corners, if you will. It's the one-stop living and shopping for us. Next slide, please. I do want to reinforce the SID works for its members. It's not part of the municipality nor an extension of government bureaucracy. The statute dictates that the funds are collected via the municipality, but that is it. The steering committee, along with community input, will create the board and the committee chairs that will reflect the priorities you as members want to see addressed. We have ideas, but we want more input. That is all to be continued upon passing of the ordinance. The management of these benefits and tasks requires a committed person to oversee the planning and execution of a plan that can support landlords, businesses, and our overall community. This is a full-time job. As a member of various committees, organizations over the past year, I have seen how hard a handful of individuals have tried, and they have tried really hard. But we need more, and COVID showed us that. Next slide, please. In summary, the CID is held accountable by its members in its annual budget review by our business community. I want to thank you for your time, and I want to refer you back to Helena to take a moment to read a letter of support signed by over 60 members of our business community, many of them who own multiple properties. Helena?
Thank you, Kathy. The letter reads, business leaders support the formation of Special Improvement District. Dear Mayor and Council of Princeton, we would like to express our support for the creation of a Special Improvement District, the Princeton Business Partnership, or PBP, for all of Princeton. The PBP is being proposed as a nonprofit enterprise that will bring vitality and increased commerce to Princeton. Some highlights of the PBP will include establish a single point of contact and advocacy for landlords and business to address the challenges of setting up and maintaining a business in Princeton. Ensure a seat at the table for all municipality discussions that impact landlords and business owners. Work with the municipality to enhance the town's attractiveness, increase patron and employee parking, improve wayfinding to improve the customer experience. Advocate for development and execution of municipal ordinances that impact business and residential matters, such as maintaining clean streets, lighting, and signage ordinances that complement our community and smart growth policies. Attract high traffic retailers that generate spillover sales for other businesses. Manage popular events and merchant promotions. Cultivate the Princeton brand by marketing the town's unique amenities, which will aim to increase retail sales, improve commercial residential sales and rentals, drive office absorption as business chase scarce talent. The time is now to make this happen. We are in a transformative time for Princeton. As our commercial sector struggles to emerge from COVID and our town is entering a phase of growth and investment, we need a successful organization that will support our business to thrive and grow. Leaders in our community have come together for the first time in our history, standing united in this critical partnership. Please join us in your support. It is signed by about 60 business and property owners, made up of large and small, in all shades, established businesses as well as new businesses, and including a few women and minority-owned businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. I just want to mention, the people who have signed on to the letter, the companies that are represented, the property owners, really represent the lion's share of the assessments that would be proposed to be paid. And they really represent the majority of people, all the people who have really been involved and active with all of these boards. The Merchants Association has done a phenomenal job, but I just want to say that this would be something that would meld into, the PMA would meld into this and pick up and expand on the wonderful programming that they've done. Stuart said to me, I asked him what else we can do to get the word out, what we were doing, if we had done everything we possibly could. Stuart, do you want to tell everyone what you told me as far as our outreach plans and what we did compared to the other towns that you've worked, the other dozens of towns you've worked with?
Hi, good evening, council members, mayor, and the public. Thank you very much for that presentation. To answer your question very quickly, yes, quite frankly, after 25 years or plus years of working in improvement districts and setting them up all over the state, I can honestly say, truthfully say, and without a doubt, emphatically say that you have gone above and beyond the outreach that most communities have done in the past. And I'm very grateful for everybody, particularly on the steering committee, who've been reaching out to all the businesses and communities, and for the input of those businesses in the community that have come to the stakeholder meetings and have actually talked to the council members over the last couple of weeks, basically talking about their concerns and then reaching out back to the council members themselves through the steering committee and answering those questions. So thank you very much. I think you did a tremendous job, and I look forward to the creation of this improvement district and allowing you to have the revitalization of Princeton that you questioned doing about 1.5 years ago, and how we're best to be able to do this, and recognizing the fact that an improvement district finally is the approach that you've been seeking after all those different choices that we've been looking at over the past 1.5 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Stuart. David, you had your hand up first.
Yeah, I just have a couple of clarifying questions. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I'm generally really thrilled that the business community is taking this sort of next step into the world of really taking responsibility for making Princeton a better business environment, taking it on yourselves. The questions I have are really kind of detailed questions. I'm going to list them, and then people can answer them in whichever order they see fit. So one of the questions I had was about term limits that was in the FAQs, and it wasn't quite clear to me how term limits are handled for members of the board, because while I saw that there were sort of 3-year staggered terms for board members, we have that on our boards and commissions, and members of our boards and commissions can always be renewed. So we don't have term limits, but I wanted to just clarify, is that 3-year term actually a term limit for members of the board who would then have to come off for a period before they could serve again, or is it not? Or is there some other kind of term limit? That was one question. A second question, as I look at the communities that were listed as having townwide SIDS as is being proposed tonight, they didn't seem all that similar to Princeton, and some of the towns that often get mentioned as being similar to Princeton, like Westfield and Summit, do have special improvement districts, but I take it that they don't have town-wide special improvement districts. And so I wonder if somebody could talk a little bit more about how that decision was made to go with the town-wide versus focused special improvement districts. And the last question is, in terms of residents serving on the board, it wasn't entirely clear to me. I understand that some of our business owners are residents of Princeton, and of course they can serve on the board, but the information seemed to imply that residents who are not business owners could also serve on the board. And I wonder if someone could just clarify that point of information. That's all.
I can start, and maybe you can chime in if I forget. So in terms of the term limits, and the bylaws can't be finalized until the DMC is created, but the steering committee is talking about the various things, and the idea would be, yes, to have term limits. I think we were kicking around 3-year terms and then 3 consecutive 3-year terms, but that hasn't been finalized. There's definitely, I think, an appetite to have some type of limit on how many terms one could serve. And then the first board would be staggered. So some would be 1-year, 2-year, and 3-year terms, so that there would be some rotation within the first couple of years. Did I characterize that right? Did I forget anything?
I don't think there'd be rotation in the first couple of years, right? Because if, let's say, Michelle, pretend you were Joe, commercial business owner, and you got a 1-year term, you'd probably then still be able to do 3-year terms after that. And the 2-year person would probably be able to do, I thought, 3-year terms after that. So the change in the membership isn't going to happen immediately unless people step off the board, I believe.
Yeah, I guess I had some people in mind that said that they would serve the first year and didn't want to serve beyond 1 or 2 years. So I kind of have in my mind that there will be rotation.
You would know better.
That's just from knowing where people kind of are coming from.
Sure.
So does that answer your question, David, in terms of?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. And then townwide SIDS, I actually probably defer more to Stuart and his expertise in that, but I will tell you what we were thinking. We are developing in a lot of areas. You know what's happening up in 206 North with the RPM property, with Busey's, mixed use. It just seems like that area is changing and there's things happening. In Jugtown, we have the overlay zones and there's some real redevelopment areas and opportunities. We know what's happening, adjacent to the shopping center, all around the shopping center and the shopping center itself. So it just seemed like, and then of course you have the small center, which is it's called Clifftown. I didn't know it had a name. I just found that out recently. And that's the center at the corner of 206 and Cherry Hill, which also may at some point want to go through some new changes. So, we have a lot of things happening. We have our overlay zones and then of course everything happening down in Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood. And we really want to tie that in with the whole Witherspoon redesign and all the development that, Helena and Jamie and others are spearheading, Bob Hillier. There's so much happening there. So it just seemed like, well, who do you exclude? So it just seemed like there was so much going on. So that's really where we came to say, we could always exclude later, but if you exclude them right from the start, then they don't have a voice or seat at the table at all. So that's, and I had some really great conversations with some of the 206 North, property owners there and business owners. So it's really, I think they're really excited about the opportunity to be involved. So that was the thinking. Yeah.
Okay,
does that answer your question? Okay. And then
that's great. Yeah.
And then residents on the board. Yeah. I mean, we're leaving that open at this point. It's tough to balance. We want, representatives of property owners, business owners. We want nonprofit organization. We have 2 from, a council member and the mayor and his designee or her designee. And then, you're balancing that with, we want also to have a good balance of women and minority ownership. So it's tricky, and a balance of different areas having a seat at the table. So the board becomes very large, but we're trying to balance it. And there's committees. So there can be that rotation where people really, you build a bench and you have a lot of people involved at the committees, and then you find who the leaders are and people that are willing to serve. Because the other thing too is it's a big commitment to be involved in the boards. And so that's, that's a long answer. There's no preclusion.
Okay. Just one more of those things that'll be sorted out when the board's rules are written.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a real commitment to diversity on the board. It's really important to us.
All right, other council questions or comments? So just want to get through those so we get to public comment. Eve?
Yeah, thanks for a great presentation. I had I wonder, I know that the exact amounts of the assessments have not been established yet, but I wonder if somebody could maybe just give us some examples of what it might cost if you were a certain type of, of owner, property owner, what it would cost if you were a small restaurant, just to get some ideas out there, because we've talked about numbers in such a vague way that people in the community may not know what we're actually discussing.
Thank you. Good question. Elena?
May I take that? Thank you, Eve, for that question. I would say that, it varies based on the location and the agreement or the lease that the landlord has with the tenant. But let's say that if we were to, in the event that landlord were to pass assessment, some examples would be, say, the meeting house. The meeting house would be assessed $400 a year, and Elite 5 would be assessed at about $150 a year. And as far as offices goes, an office on Witherspoon would be about $156 per year for about 3,500 square feet of office. Say Cheese, for example, shares a building with other tenants, and that would be about $200 a year. And a large apartment complex would be somewhere between like 50 to 100 per year, depending on the location, whether it's a Witherspoon or Nassau Street. So that's just a rough ballpark on the types and range of tenancy.
That's really helpful, Helena. Can I just ask to clarify, you said a large apartment complex might be $50 to $100 a year. You mean per apartment?
Per apartment, right.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I mean, the numbers actually seem, I'm not a business owner, but the numbers seem fairly modest for most businesses. Thanks.
Thanks, Eve. Leticia?
I actually had the same question as Eve, so thank you for clarifying that. But then another one that I did a lot of reading, and I'm not sure if the answer was in there, and I may have missed it. But one of the emails we received was there was a question about liability insurance. Who is that going to be required? Who would, if it's required, who would need to carry that? I didn't see it anywhere or in the FAQs.
Yeah, I had referred that to Frank and to Stuart. I mean, that is obviously something that the nonprofit organization would have to carry, but it wasn't something that was in the ordinance per se. I mean, I don't know, Frank, if you want to weigh in on that, or Stuart.
I think this is Frank Regan. I think you're correct, Councilwoman. It's, that ultimately is a determination that's made, by the district management corporation. And I mean, it goes without saying that they'll need to provide the necessary insurance. And Stuart probably can have more expound upon that a little more based on his experience.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. It's a great question. I mean, obviously, like any other corporation, it's going to be filed with the state. It's going to have a board of trustees. It's going to have to file, follow certain rules and regulations. Liability insurance. I don't know any improvement district in the state that does not have liability insurance as well as director and officers insurance at the same time. So there's a combination of insurances. Everyone has it. It's a corporation that must have liability insurance. For argument's sake, if we wanted to go out and the improvement district, that is, wants to go out and do an event or do something on the streets of Princeton, obviously they will do that. They're going to need to have insurance and make sure that they have name the municipality as an insured at the same time. So they will have liability insurance, 100%.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Eve?
Sorry, Leticia's question reminded me that I did have another question also that was raised in at least one of the letters that we received, which is something that struck me in the ordinance, if I'm remembering it correctly, which is something about how the the SID was responsible for any obligations during its tenure. But then there seemed to be a question about should the SID not be renewed, what happens to any obligations that the new corporation, the new nonprofit has at that point? I think that was a question that I saw that I'm sure somebody answered, but I didn't see the answer.
Sure. Thank you, Councilwoman. Another good question. When it had, in terms of what happens to the organization, if as you know, and mentioned, that the budget has to be approved every year. So let's just say that after 2 years or 3 years or whatever the number of years are, the council says, no, we don't want to approve the budget. What happens to the funds? First, the funds go according to the not-for-profit status, they can go one of two ways. They can either go back to the municipality or they can go back to the stakeholders. As far as the obligations go, the organization cannot enter into any obligations beyond the year, just like a municipality cannot enter a contract without funding. The organization cannot enter a contract without funding. So if they hire an individual at that particular time, there's funding has to be in place in order to cover that contract. If there's no funding in place, there is no contract.
So just to follow up on that, right? Because I think the entity can purchase property and do some other large scale purchases. So they'd have to all be paid off within the same year their purchase is made.
Well,
I'm asking that as a question.
I actually, at this point in time, I'm not sure if any property that any improvement district that I'm aware of has ever purchased properties. It's allowed in the state statute. It just gives the flexibility. But obviously, if they purchase properties and there was a mortgage with that property, they would then have to make sure that they satisfy that mortgage, which they don't have the obligation to be able to maintain that. In terms of purchasing property, again, I think what the statute was looking for is to give the most flexibility necessary, because for argument's sake, say you're in a downtown and a property was there and it's an eyesore and nobody seems to want to work with it. I was working with one town with that in New Jersey, and nobody wanted to fix it up. And the improvement district worked with a couple of developers to put together a package in order for them to work and support it. So, but at the end of the day, they would have to be able to do that, making sure that they have the funding to support that on an annual basis.
Okay, so just one more, because I'm looking at the same, I looked at the same email that Eve just referred to, because I thought that the ordinance said if the entity no longer exists, then the municipality takes on any debt that still exists. So is that accurate?
I don't recall seeing that, Frank. I don't recall that.
I think from a purely legal perspective, Mayor, that's correct. I mean, that's what the statute provides for. That if the municipality is the entity creating the special improvement district, to Stuart's point, I think it would be unusual for a district management corporation being created, I believe, for a 5-year term initially, pursuant to this ordinance, for someone to lend it a significant amount of money, for it to be able to borrow that kind of money. But I think from a purely legal perspective, if there were liabilities and obligations at the end of the 5-year term for the district management corporation, the law provides that those do get transferred to the municipality.
Right. And the governing body does approve the entity's budget every year. So the governing body does have an opportunity to say, oh, by the way, we're not going to give you funding to buy Firestone Library from Princeton University and take on a 30-year mortgage.
Correct.
Okay. Yep. I just want to make sure we're balancing all this out. Thanks. Eve?
I'm so sorry. I remembered another question that I jotted down, and this one is for Stuart. Michelle mentioned that there are close to 100 special improvement districts in New Jersey. And I wonder if you have any experience or have heard about any of them that have failed or been unsuccessful. And if so, what happens then? Or what is the success rate? Have other towns gone into this, changed their mind? I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Let me just go back to the other question regarding the municipal's guarantee of DMC debts or obligations, which is actually section 9 of the ordinance. And it specifically states that the municipality shall not be responsible for any debt or obligation of the DMC and shall not pledge its full faith and credit thereto unless it chooses to. So I just want to be clear about that.
That's while the entity exists, but there's a further section that says if the entity no longer exists, the municipality takes on those debt, I thought.
Yeah, that's in the
I think
sunset.
that's the provision I was referring to also, Stuart.
Right. So I just want to be real clear, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The municipality does not say we're backing anything that the entity does while it exists. But if that entity ceased to exist, according to our ordinance, the municipality takes on those debts. But anyway, I think that's
Okay.
clear.
So back to the councilwoman's question regarding have failed. There are a few municipalities of improvement districts, and I wouldn't say have failed. They have chosen to no longer exist. I don't know. I wouldn't use the word failure, only because the fact is that they no longer. In other words, are you asking the question that they failed, meaning that they didn't live up to their obligation in terms of their purpose and their work plan and their objectives and goals? I would say at that point in time, that's when they determined that they no longer want to be part of the organization, and they don't want to be around, and therefore they dissolve the organization. I think I've seen that happen once in the state. But that's
Okay, that was the question.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Sure.
Okay. Leighton.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one small issue that I thought about as I read the ordinance. I get the effort for the CID to help businesses, but I'm just wondering in particular about commercial property owners that have residents who rent, and I believe there would have to be more than 5. But let's just take a look at the possibility of someone in the commercial in the CID district being in an affordable unit in one of these buildings. What impact would if the owner of the building decided to push the assessment through to the rentor? Would there be any consideration given to that renter with regard to their assessed fee, or is that something that is a non-issue?
Aubrey, did you want to
Yeah,
answer?
thank you. That's a great question. We own several mixed-use buildings and one that will have a number of affordable units. With apartments, the landlord, I've almost never seen a lease where it's a triple net lease where the landlord is able to pass on that expense to the tenant. In a retail or office lease, typically the landlord can pass that expense through in the operating expenses or taxes. But apartment leases are what's known as gross leases. So utilities, you can separately meter those, but other expenses like real estate taxes and this assessment would not be passed through to the tenants.
Thank you very much.
Sure, you're welcome.
Okay. Are we at a point where we can jump to start taking public comment? Council, or are we somewhat content for the moment? Okay, again, just for the public, we'll call on you. You raise your hand. There's a 3-minute limit. Please say your name and address. And I would just encourage people to organize your thoughts before we call on you, right? Because 3 minutes, it's amazing how quick 3 minutes go by. So just maybe jot down your important points on a piece of paper so you get to make them within that time limit. Because there's a number of people with their hands up, and I'm going to be kind of tight on ending everybody at 3 minutes so everybody gets a chance to talk. Okay, Adam, I believe you can bring in the first person who's had their hand up for quite a while.
Okay, I'm showing JZA.
Yep.
Hi, it's actually Joshua Zinder. So sorry, I don't have the Zoom set right. Hello, my name is Joshua Zinder. I live at 142 Moore Street. I run my architecture firm on Witherspoon Street. I own 6 properties in part or whole in town, both residential and commercial. I'm the immediate past president of New Jersey American Institute of Architects, a PMA member, newly returned to the board, and I am also active in many other areas of our community. In the 21 years I've lived in Princeton, I believe this is the 4th time we have considered a SID. It has been a necessary need for years. COVID just highlighted and exacerbated our weaknesses. The difference this time is that this is coming from our commercial business community, not an outside entity or a political force. Retail and commercial space today in our town is stressed due to internet, due to strip shopping centers and malls in adjacent towns, and additionally stressed due to COVID. Today's trends in commercial retail space are focused on education, medical, and entertainment, or experiential retail. Most of these uses are not defined or not permitted in many of our business zones, making approvals more than challenging for incoming businesses to our town. The differentiator is the experience. What does a brick and mortar commercial space have in a historic town? It's the experience. A small business marketing that experience can be a challenge or uphill battle, even to the millions of visitors coming to visit the university. The SID has the ability to act as our marketing voice. I am an advocate for the SID. I believe the SID can advance the conversation with regard to improving zoning issues related to use, signage, and parking. I think the SID makes sense in many levels. I would be careful about setting it up for failure by promising a panacea to all of our business ills and entrenched municipal issues. The SID can advocate for improvements and our businesses. It can market and improve perception of Princeton in our community and the world to be more than just the university. I do not see the funding of the SID as a tax. It is an investment in our community's future. We need to have realistic expectations and goals that are achievable over the first 5 years. Otherwise, we would be building justification for its dissolution. Just because others have used Princeton as an idyllic model to emulate does not mean we don't need to be improved or that we should not be better. Our brand has been tarnished by COVID, by the internet, by alternate shopping focal points. We have been talking about this for years. Talk only goes so far. It is time to act. We should approve the SID, but make sure we have realistic expectations to achieve success. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Adam, let's bring in the next person.
Sorry, bringing over Lauren.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Lauren Seam, 1 Morven Place. First of all, I want to make it clear that I'm not speaking against the SID, even though someone who shares my first name has sent some letters to Planet Princeton. That was not me. So I have one question and then one clarification. So the question is about what I didn't see in the governance slide. So the Attorney General has said that a determination hasn't been made yet whether SID is a public or private entity, and that this decision won't be made for another 2 years. But in this 2-year interim, we should treat it as though it is a public entity. So in other words, Oprah, sunshine, public meetings, other than negotiations and personnel, minutes. So I just want to know if we're going to be running it as a public or private. And answer that. But then my one comment, and I hope this is okay to answer David's question about a resident being part of SID. And Michelle, I hope you forgive me if I expand upon your answer. But when it comes to governance, the Attorney General has suggested a board of no fewer than 7, no more than 13, and has specifically suggested that at least 1 resident be a member of this board. So my question and my hope clarification.
Thank you. Michelle, were you going to try to answer the question?
The answer is yes. It will be open public meetings. It will be run as an open public meeting, noticing minutes and all. It will absolutely be run that way. And, the intention is to leave it open to have residents absolutely sit on committees and from time to time be on the board. I don't know if there'll be a promise of a board slot every time for a resident because it is very limited. We're already at 15. I think, and can, but we just, it's tough, but that's the thought right now, is to have it open and have very much involvement of the residents.
I understand that, and I think there is something about the more the merrier and the more representation. But I would just look to the Attorney General's recommendation to limit the board to 13 and what the reason is behind that, and the Attorney General's recommendation to have a resident. I'm not trying to be prescriptive. I'm just saying what the New Jersey governance website says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Okay. All right. Adam, can we bring in the next person?
Okay, next is Chip.
Okay. Chip?
I'm working on it.
Okay, there you go. We can hear you now.
Okay, Chip Kreider, live on Bank Street, and the business is on Cherry Valley Road. I build scientific instruments. My customers are international. In 42 years, I've never had a walk-in. I have no 206 frontage. It's my lab. It's just a place to work. I clean up the litter myself. I don't have any sign. I just have initials, and I do my own marketing. There is nothing this SID could do for me ever. The SID justification is very misleading. Really, it is for restaurants, retail, bars, and landlords. Those are only about 20% of the real business in Princeton. I sat through the Princeton Merchants Association presentation and of course tonight, and they keep on using merchants and businesses interchangeably. I see that the majority of these folks who are pushing this SID and who worked on it are interested in monetizing every aspect of Princeton for their gain. And that includes taxing other businesses to fund their agenda. I also observed how unrepresentative the group is. The SID proposal is a wedge. For example, sidewalk dining, that was only supposed to be temporary during COVID, right? Street dining, that was only supposed to be temporary, right? Now there's a push for parking. And now this, you're giving a private, unrepresentative, unelected group total power to tax and set different tax rates. The whole district is gerrymandered. I oppose this, both on principle and practice. If you want to help business in Princeton, stop meddling. Thank you.
Thanks, Chip. Adam, can you bring in the next person?
Yes, next we have Lance.
Okay.
Hello, I'm sorry to be like the person that talks all day here. I feel so sorry. First of all, I want to say hi to all my friends, Helena, Kathy, Michelle. I support the SID. I do. I really, honestly, God knows that I support the SID. But I do think that it shouldn't be town-wide. We just heard from Chip in regard to why it shouldn't be town-wide. There's very little that the SID could do for me and my business. And I'm in the real estate business. I rent out real estate at a, believe it or not, in Princeton, affordable rate. And it's not that I can't pay the $430 per year or $500 per year. That's not the point. The point is, I think that the SID should be directed to folks that are benefiting from it. So I would like to see lines drawn on the SID to make it more, should I say, advantageous to make this go through. I don't think it should be town-wide. I think town-wide is putting too much pressure on different folks that may not be able to pay the, I would say the tax. I hate to say the tax, but I would just say the tax burden that will be put on them. So I do support the SID. I think it's great. Josh's point earlier, hit me really hard. I think it's great. I just think that it should be directed to folks that are benefiting and not town-wide. That's my only concern. But I agree with the SID. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Lance. Adam, can we have the next person?
Yes, next we have David.
Okay.
Hi, my name's David Shore. I live at 498 Stockton Street in Princeton. I am totally in favor of any kind of downtown management in this time because the retail, entertainment, restaurant industry is going through so much transition and they need all the help they can get. I have worked in downtown management on the local level, statewide level, national level. Never did anything international with it though. I want to say I am in support of it, and I am. I just have a lot of questions I think just need to be worked on some more as you guys move forward. And I think it will give more people more comfort to support it. I have not seen the townwide approach work that well before, or maybe ever. Not that it couldn't be tried. It just seems like it's going to be really hard to address everyone's divergent needs without one group feeling that the other group is getting something more. And that just kind of gives you some built-in problems that I would hate to see plague a young effort to get what can be done in town accomplished. So I would really suggest looking at that some more. And then I guess what I don't get a feel for, and maybe it's been published somewhere, is just the total budget. I heard some really small numbers being discussed that, you know, this business or that business would only be paying a small amount of money, but with a very big area you're trying to cover and some big goals, I don't see that you'll have enough operating cash. But still, I'm in favor of it. Just, you know, keep working on refining all the points so that the business community and others can really understand how this is a good thing and how it doesn't cost non-business owners anything, and it's to their benefit. And that what we love about Princeton needs the support of a downtown management program. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Michelle, do you want to talk to what an estimated anticipated budget might be?
Yeah, I mean, but right now the estimated budget is 400,000 total. That won't be proposed and set until until the board is put together, and then they'll adopt a budget. That would be like the maximum, because the hope is that there may be other funding sources out there that could, counterbalance it. But right now, especially the first year, would be 400,000, and this would come to council again. There would be another notice in hearing. So it would be a budget, it would be an introduction of ordinance, it would be a budget ordinance. So there will be lots of time between now and then for discussion on the percentages, the total budget. And the budget really came from the work plan. It was putting down all the aspirations and goals and objectives of the group of what would like to be accomplished. But maybe it would be that, well, maybe we can't accomplish all that. Maybe we just need to focus on certain pieces of this the first year or so. So that still needs to be massaged. And I know it's hard, but I think by saying what those numbers are as the maximum kind of helps people get a grasp on what that would be for each business. But, again, I just want to say that people have the opportunity to be involved. So
thanks, Michelle. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, next we have Andrew.
Okay.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Andrew Siegel. I live in the Central Business District. I own Hamilton Jewelers. We're celebrating our 110th year this year, very proud to say. And I'm also currently president of the Princeton Merchants Association, but want to be clear that my opinions tonight are my own. So quite honestly, when I heard about a committee investigating a SID in Princeton, I jumped at the opportunity to join it. And luckily I was accepted at the committee, and I saw it as a great chance to lobby against what I perceived at the time to be more bureaucracy, more taxes, and more burden on merchants. But as time passed and our committee of property owners and merchants and residents met every week for 18 plus months, I began to see how a SID might work. And my own experiences during that time strengthened my opinion that a SID is right for Princeton and could assist our town immensely. I support a SID because a representative of the entire business community will make sure business voices are heard. Issues like the past Witherspoon Street redesign process required an immense effort by individual business owners themselves to organize opinions and promote needs of downtown businesses. And without a focused resource, the diverse needs of the diverse businesses got lost behind broad statements like what all businesses needed after really only a few had been polled. So a full-time resource representing Princeton businesses would have developed a poll, gathered opinions, been able to present facts to decision makers at every point along the way. And elected officials would have heard 82% of businesses want X, 18% want Y for these reasons, and you would have heard it early and often. And surely with more changes coming to downtown Princeton, a dedicated resource representing all Princeton business and property owners would alleviate the burden on individuals and ensure that all perspectives get to the appropriate decision makers. I also support a SID because I believe in the power of collaboration. Everyone knows that many vacancies in downtown Princeton often sit unoccupied, eventually leased to the first offer with minimal marketing. There's just a little sign in the window that's handwritten that says call for inquiries. It's really missing potential tenants who would thrive in Princeton. And I've heard stories about prospective tenants who loved Princeton, but not necessarily the location offered to them, and subsequently let go of the dream of opening in town. So what if the SID encouraged communication between property owners, brokers, and potential tenants so that everyone leasing space knew what types of businesses were interested in town, and every prospective business knew what spaces were available to them? My guess is that empty buildings would not be empty for long, and the quality of prospective tenants would only increase. And lastly, I believe in the power of Princeton as a regional magnet for residents, shoppers, diners, and visitors. And while countless Princeton businesses market themselves individually, a SID would augment all of our efforts by marketing the town as a whole to people who want to live here, dine here, shop here, everyone. And that means that everyone would reap the benefits, whether you're an office or a resident or a restaurant or a merchant. So the next few years of change will define Princeton and the experience of its merchants, residents, and visitors, and we can't do it alone as individual property owners in fits and starts. We need a dedicated, consistent effort to make Princeton the best it can be, and a SID provides that consistent dedication. It's necessary now, which is why I support a SID for Princeton businesses and property owners, and I may change mind.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, Adam, let's bring in the next person.
Okay, next we have Jonathan.
Jonathan Hopkins, 133 Library Place. It's been mentioned a few times about the interests of residents, and that's where my questions focus. Were there any residents who are not business owners on the steering committee? I've got one other follow-up question and then a comment.
Yes, Joel Schwartz, he's a neighbor of yours.
Okay, great. My question is also on governance of the SID vis-a-vis residents. It seems like residents in apartment complexes would be included in the maps of the SID. Would they be given one vote, one person, or would the property owner have the vote? One of the common criticisms of SIDs is that the actual residents that live in the properties are disenfranchised from participating in the governance and how the money is spent. Can you explain how the governance enfranchises residents in units, or is the property owner voting on behalf of all the residents?
My understanding of it is it's the property owner, but I don't know if Stuart, you have any other experience with that?
Sorry. Hello. Right. Sorry about that. Governance in terms of residents and voting. The improvement districts are run by the District Management Corporation, and that corporation has a board of trustees. Those are the people who vote. The input from the residents, the commercial property owners, what we call the stakeholders, all the stakeholders have a right to communicate with the board of trustees and voice their concerns at the budget hearings that are held annually for the resolution of the budget. There is no voting annually for improvement districts. It was recommended about 10 years ago by another attorney general to do something of that nature, and from the Department of Community Affairs, and it was strongly voted down, criticized, and terminated and removed as a consideration. So Just like a governing body is representative of the community, the steering committee, the district management corporation is representative of the stakeholders, and those are the individuals who vote in terms of the budget. However, every resident, every stakeholder has a right, just like you're doing right now, to voice your concerns, opinions, and input regarding the budget when it comes up annually in front of the council. And of course, at the public hearing meeting, at the public meetings and all of the board meetings, which are public, you should be attending those meetings and be part of that conversation. And the more you're part of that conversation and the more you get involved in the committees, as such as the steering committee members have done for the last year and a half, the more your input would be considered.
I appreciate that, but if there is a fee levied on property owners, I don't think promises can be made that tax would not be pushed down to the residents who live in those buildings. It effectively does increase the cost of living and the annual tax on them. And residents now who pay tax have something important called a vote. They get to vote how the money is spent. This actually disenfranchises them from how that money is spent, because the property owner makes the decision. I think actually this is disenfranchising residents from how money is spent. And for that reason, I think that you need to work on how residents can play a larger role in this organization.
Jonathan, I appreciate your concern. I truly do. I would love to have this conversation with you further. However, I will say that for 30 plus years, improvement districts have operated this way. First and foremost, it is not a tax, and consequently, it can't be disenfranchisement. However, I understand what you're saying in terms of the pass down, but that is strictly up to the property owner and those individuals and the tenants and how their leases are developed. But over the 30 plus years of improvement districts in the state of New Jersey, no one has ever determined that to be a disenfranchisement of a resident's right.
Okay, thank you both. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, next speaker is Mika.
Hi, it's actually Caleb, Micah's brother. Good evening, Caleb Firing, 463 Jefferson Road. I am a local commercial property owner of buildings with a diversity of tenants, such as Kindbody, a women's health clinic, Kumon, a children's learning center, and Astir, a boutique insurance agency. While these businesses obviously vary by service, all these businesses do have one thing in common. They depend on a vibrant commercial ecosystem to survive and thrive. For this reason, I fully support the proposed special improvement district. While there may be a small increase in our commercial property taxes, I and my partners view the tax as a no-brainer investment in our community. Coordinated, cohesive efforts always produce better results than a fragmented, everyone for themselves approach. I was not personally involved in bringing about the SID, but I extend my thanks to whoever did. Given ever-changing digital consumer and urban burg trends, our town needs this partnership now. That's all. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Okay, Adam, we'll bring in who's next.
Okay, next is Jay David.
Okay.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm a commercial business tenant at 33 Palmer Square West, the Rojo's property, and I'm a long-term resident of Hopewell Borough. I just have a couple questions. I've learned a tremendous amount from this exchange of information tonight, and I thank you all for that very much. In no particular order, I'll just spit them out, and then whoever wants to respond, that would be great. I'm trying to get my head wrapped. I'm a non-practicing attorney, so please don't hold that against me. I'm wondering what the background is on Section 10. Section 10 kind of threw me off when I looked at it. It basically said, whatever we're doing, by the way, you're empowered to do whatever you want and you can go as far as you want to go. So I just had some concerns. I'd like to understand the rationale behind incorporating Section 10, what the justification would be. I also want to thank you for, I had submitted an email earlier to this body to understand the math. So both from the per entity cost and the total annual budget, that was extremely helpful information. And I thank you for that. One of my concerns is, and Jonathan had mentioned it, I'm not sure I would call it a disenfranchisement as a term of art, but I would call it something that feels like disenfranchisement. There's a distinction in the ordinance between expressly giving business owners, naming them as stakeholders, whereas, I'm sorry, property owners. Here I go getting confused. The property owners are the stakeholders, but the business owners are expressly not included or mentioned as stakeholders. So I get a little bit confused and a little bit concerned about what voice we have other than the voice that has been explained most recently about, we have channels where we can talk. We can talk and give our voice to our landlord, in this case, in a triple net lease. Another thing of concern to me is there a code of ethics that applies to address potential conflicts of interests or appearances of impropriety on how the board is constituted, how the DMC or the PBP, whatever we're going to call it, will be comprised. That's a significant concern of mine. And then finally, can a non-resident business owner serve on the board? Thank you so much for this opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thanks for your questions. Stuart or Frank, who's best positioned to answer the question about what does Section 10 of this ordinance actually mean?
Well, the Section 10 is entitled "No Limitation of Power." And essentially, it says that the governing body, as the elected, members of the community, essentially retain whatever powers they have as a governing body to, as set forth in here, to rescind, to redesignate. There's multiple powers, but essentially it in no way limits the powers of the governing body as granted to it by this law as well as any other law. So essentially the governing body can do whatever it's legally entitled to do with respect to the special improvement district. If 2 years from now, the governing body decided that it wanted to rescind the SID, they have the authority to do that.
Correct.
Frank, I just want to make sure not everybody in the audience probably knows that council is the governing body. So the governing body is not the board of the SID. The governing body is this body.
Correct. Who's creating, who is designating the special improvement district and authorizing the creation of the district management corporation, but it will not be the governing entity of the district management corporation. But ultimately, you retain all of your powers, as the governing body to make any changes that you deem necessary with respect to the SID and the DMC as it relates to their creation and their operation in accordance with the SID statute.
Right, Councilman, that was a very good distinction because that is where the confusion lies. Thank you for pointing that out. Very well done. Thank you. And as far as the budget goes, I'm not sure, Mr. Walden, exactly. The budget itself will be out there, once the organization is operational, and there'll be hearings on that. As far as business owners on the board or not on the board, they're part of the board. So And as far as code of ethics are concerned.
So Stuart, just to be clear, so a business owner does not have to live in Princeton to be on the board if someone
Correct.
wants to, if they, okay.
That was the question. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
Yep.
And as far as code of ethics, I mean, as mentioned, this is going to be, they're filing for a not-for-profit status, which requires IRS rules and regulations, which also at the same time needs an audit to be done on annual basis. And the code of ethics forms needs to be filled out by all board members annually. And I think that may have all the.
There was a question about, I guess somewhere in the ordinance, it specifically says property owners are stakeholders, but it doesn't say that business owners are stakeholders.
Well, the ordinance itself, which is attached to the ordinance, is actually what's called a Schedule A, and that is the property owners. Those are the properties themselves. As far as the board makeup goes, that's through the bylaws, and that is really done with property and business owners and residents at the same time, which become the stakeholders. I don't believe the word stakeholders is in the ordinance, but it may be. I don't recall it. But it's basically property owners. The property owners are the ones who are being assessed, and that's how the statute reads.
Got it. Thank you.
Very good. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks for your questions.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, next we have Bill.
Okay.
Let's see. My name's Bill Hare, live on Jefferson Road, and I'm responding first from the perspective as a Princeton resident. I want a thriving business district downtown so my family and I have a reason to walk downtown. The downtown should be thriving. It should be attractive. I walked into town this morning up Moore Street, down Nassau to 206, and then back home via Witherspoon Street. And there were too many shuttered businesses and there was too much trash on the street and sidewalks. Shuttered businesses and trash don't motivate Princeton residents like me to visit the downtown. Now I'm also responding second from the perspective of as an owner of a mixed-use building on Nassau Street. We have a Gratitude Yoga, Dunkin' Donuts, and some residential tenants in our building. And I ran the math based on the 2021 taxes, and the cost for me will be about $731.70 annually. And this is real money to me, and I have places I need to spend it and like to spend it. My kids like to spend it, but spending on the SID will be worth it to me if it contributes to my tenants' success and longevity. And I believe a thriving, clean, and attractive downtown will contribute to that. I note that my leases are set up such that the costs do not get passed on to my tenants. They're not triple net leases. I was told I should, but I didn't. So it's entirely on me, and I'm fine with that. What can the SID do? To me, there is so much that we can do on the regulatory processes to help businesses get started quickly. The SID can work with the town government to work on improving these processes. You know, it's the folks downtown that we work with, they're good to work with, but the processes could be better. Finally, keep in mind, if we don't think it works after 5 years, we don't have to renew it. It will die. And if it doesn't work, I'll be joining the crowd pushing to let it end and try something different. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Okay, next we have Michael.
Good evening, all. This is Michael Gale, Genesis Investment Properties, 2439 Cougar Road in Hamilton, New Jersey. First, I want to say, well, good evening to everybody, and I want to say thank you to all the members of the committee that helped put this together. I think, there were some really fantastic ideas that are brought forth for the SID. However, our concern is, as we've all heard, they will come at a cost. And the landlord is going to, and I suspect we will as landlords of in 5 properties, soon to be 6, we'll be passing those costs on to our tenants. And we don't feel good about that, but we don't feel that we should be eating those costs either. We're concerned, and our tenants have expressed concern already when they heard about this meeting, that the benefits of the SID, they don't feel will outweigh the cost to them, even though it seems like small dollars to them. It isn't necessarily. And they have actually called me and asked me to not support the SID and express that openly here. I also want to mention that in addition to owning 5 properties, we also operate 4 businesses currently and 1 on the way. So we will also be, as a landlord, we'll probably have to eat some of those costs. As business owners and operators, we're going to have to eat some of those costs. And we are not convinced ourselves that the creation of the SID and the benefits thereof will outweigh the costs. And our tenants, again, they feel that this is going to burden them and not necessarily help them. So based on this, we're taking the position that we're opposing the creation of the SID. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael. Adam, we bring in the next person, please.
Okay, next is Linda.
Okay.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking my call. I'm sitting here with Lou Carnevale, who is the owner of 255 Nassau Street. And I would like to express our vote against the SID for several reasons. And I'm going to turn this over to Lou in a moment. I don't know if he can have another few minutes, Mayor, because I'm expressing on part of the other partners as well. We just understood, we just learned about the details of this SID in the last few weeks. I physically spoke to almost 24 other businesses on East Nassau Street and throughout town. They too had not even heard about the level of detail that this group has gone into and the decisions that have been made. The additional, you're not calling it a tax, but it's mandatory. So I'm going to call it a tax because it's not optional. And given that most of the people that have sat in and are a party to this steering committee are developers and people with interest in Palmer Square and Witherspoon Streets. The other businesses on the outside of town will, in our opinion, not benefit certainly our property. We are completely full with a triple lease tenant. So we won't benefit from activity downtown. So the cost right now and the details of what's in the ordinance have not reasonably been discussed, even though this council has expressed otherwise, with the small business owners in town. And the term that keeps resonating with everyone is, it is a taxation without representation. I'm going to turn this over to Lou Carnevale, and he can finish.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm Lou Carnevale with 255 Nassau. And you should vote no. And if you can't vote no, then you should at least postpone this for a couple of more months so we can get more information and get a better feel about this. For me, the way I've read this, the way I understand it, all we're doing is creating another bureaucratic layer. This SID will have to have employees who need to be paid, and office space and lawyers and insurance and all of this. The fees that we pay is half of it is going to go just to maintain this level of employment. And we're talking about, we're talking tonight about taxes going up 2 to 2.5%. If we put up another 3% on top of that, it's a 5% increase. It's not cheap. For me, it'll be a lot of money because it's based on the amount of tax that I pay, and we already pay very high taxes. The other thing is, where my building is, we're mostly residential. The people that I have there really don't want more traffic and more people. They'd rather have less traffic and more quiet. So I don't see the benefit that I'm getting out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Linda. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Okay, next is, looks like Michelle again.
Right.
Hello, everybody. First, I'd like to thank
Michael, could you, so just so we keep the minutes right, could you just say your name again?
Oh,
please?
I'm so sorry. Michele Moriello, 25 Witherspoon Street. And the construction just started, just to let you know.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you, Katie, Aubrey, and Elena for doing a wonderful job. The rest of council, you guys are used to do it, but for them, it's a big deal to do that. So thank you. And then I want to say that this is just a chain reaction. Everything started, it was March 21st. It was Saturday night. I remember it was a restaurant week in town. One of the members of the council came in my restaurant to eat. And I told her, I said, in 2 days, everything gonna shut down. She said, I don't know about that. She was not really convinced. By Monday, the governor shut down everything, all the restaurant, and only takeout was open. Cold was about to finish, and a whole bunch of ideas came. How are we gonna make restaurant work? How are we gonna make other business try to go outside and do work? Because the people, when summer came, we had a lot of people came out and enjoyed the outside. And most of the community of Princeton loved the outside that we create. So the chain reaction continued. They say, okay, we need room on Witherspoon. So we pass a law and say, okay, from now on, we have one lane. Then the chain reaction continued. Oh, Witherspoon, we can make it better. We can make it beautiful. We can give a beautiful gem to this town. Now there is working going on. I don't know, PSNG, Verizon, everybody's doing work. And I can't wait. I don't care about the noise. I can't wait to walk down and see something beautiful. So, and I believe that this seed is just a continuation how to make this even work better, because the people that are involved in this project, they're all simple people that they're putting their intelligence and their enthusiasm in this project. And I'd like to answer a couple of the people from before. There was a gentleman who said that I have something small. I'm sorry I didn't pay attention what kind of business is there. I do everything myself and I don't need this. And then another gentleman say, oh, I don't think it should be open to all the town. Should be only for the people in need. I think exactly the inverse. I think that this seed should go to these people and say, what we can do for you to do better, so you don't need to do everything yourself. And the last thing I like to say is, it's 3 years. And just to put your name out there anywhere, on internet or on newspaper, it's at least $500 a month. We're talking about $30, $40, $50. So that's it, 10 seconds. Thank you so much. I'm not in, I'm not a college educated. When I talk, I have an accent. I talk like, but I hope you understand my message. Thank you so much.
We do. Thank you.
Oh,
Appreciate
and
it.
one more thing. I'd like to thank Mr. That I never see before. I'm sorry I go over the seconds. The gentleman with the hat that he mentioned how the affordable home will impact. And I love the question from Eve about that. Elena answered very well how much will be the budget for the restaurant, how much it will pay. And I miss Mia. She didn't say one word tonight. I say hi to you. Thank you so much.
She's waiting. She'll have a good one towards the end.
Yes, thank you. I will wait.
Okay, good man.
Thank you.
All right. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, but Mayor, I must apologize. Due to an error, all the hands were lowered. So if you haven't spoken yet and you were intending to, just please put up your hand again. And we're bringing over John right now.
Okay, thanks, Adam, for pointing that out. Again, just to make sure everybody, if you had your hand up and you didn't speak yet, put your hand back up then. Thanks. I thought we kind of reached the end kind of quick there. John, you're up, sir. John, can you unmute yourself?
myself. Can you hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear
sir.
me?
Yep, now we
Okay.
can.
Okay, well, good evening. Yes, I'm John Blymeyer, and I own the property at number 15 Witherspoon Street in Princeton, and I also own residential property in Princeton. And I'm opposed to the SID on basic principles. So first of all, the SID concept, when it was adopted by the legislature, was intended to help with declining business districts, with rundown communities, etc. And it was supposed to deal with a discrete area in a community that needed to be revitalized. It was never intended to be a vehicle for imposing an additional assessment on all commercial property owners, whether they are in the central business district or in lower Nassau or in 206, etc. That was never the intention. So what this is then is it's essentially a mandatory merchants association. And as such, it becomes a bureaucracy. It's a government entity, even though it's a separate organization, but it is actually the creature of the council, and the council controls it. And it is imposing what is effectively a tax on all commercial landlords, on all commercial property owners. And the benefit does not inure to all of them. So it's particularly helpful for some developers, for some restaurateurs, etc. Furthermore, if we need to streamline things in the community, if we need to make the governing body and the different agencies such as the planning board and the zoning board, if we need to make them more effective, we don't need to have an ombudsman who's supposed to be representing individuals who are applying, but we need to have the municipal governing body. We need to have you folks on the council streamline the different agencies to make them more effective. So effectively, my view is that we are creating an additional bureaucracy, whether we want to call it a bureaucracy or not. It's just like the Port Authority in New York, all right? And once we create it, whether it fails or not, it will continue to exist because, as has been said by Milton Friedman, there is nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. And this is a government program, and we here who are the commercial property owners in Princeton will be required to pay for this forever. It will never be declared failed, even if it does fail. And I appreciate everyone's efforts here. I believe everyone is sincere, but I also believe that folks who think that government is the answer are basically misguided. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. Adam, can we bring in the next person, please?
Yes, next we have David.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak this evening. I have been quite closely involved with the downtown.
David, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Could you just, for the minutes, sake of the minutes, say your name and address?
David Newton, 49 Governors Lane.
Thank you.
Princeton, New Jersey. And I've been involved with the downtown for a number of years. And for about 25 of them, I actively was involved in trying not to have a SID created in this town, even though I did sit on the board of downtown New Jersey, and I was close to Marvin Reed at the time, who was a big advocate for SIDS. But I just always felt that in Princeton we didn't need it, and that it didn't. It was a town that didn't lend itself over for this type of agency. I now have, I guess a better word is I've repented. And I feel that a winning formula has finally been arrived at that takes into account the needs of the broad business community of Princeton. And I'm very much looking forward to a SID director and an advocate for the businesses in town, partly to deal with council and the likes of Mr. Cohen. And the businesses need it. We are going through a time of change. We're going through a potentially interesting time. And I think Princeton is finally reached the point where, a SID is not only acceptable, but a SID is also something that will tremendously enhance our business. Thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, David. Adam, bring in the next person, please.
Okay, next we have Princeton Property.
Hello, all. I wish I had a better accent for you guys. There's some amazing accents on the speakers. I am born and raised in New Jersey. I grew up, I'm Mark Weinglass. I live on Spruce Street. I've owned a business on Tulane, and I currently run a construction company in Princeton. So the background of my experience with both merchants associations and SIDs go very far back. Grew up in a business that was established in 1953. We've dealt with business associations for years, both corrupt and failed and good intentioned. What I can see from the SID being established in Princeton is miraculous. It comes from an experience of watching merchants really struggle over the years to create a community amongst themselves. I do think the SID is initially going to benefit, building owners in the central district and merchants. But I also agree with including all of Princeton because it's a process of evolution. I think SID can't structure itself from the beginning perfectly. I think it needs to evolve. I think creating a voice for all, for that to evolve, is a big part of it. I think you have an amazing group of people that are going to be transparent. I think the council is going to create transparency. I think they're going to have a responsibility to monitor. So I think there's a very legitimate founded concern about people wondering about fees and how those fees are trickling down and whether they're called taxed or representation. But I think everyone is represented, that everyone will have a voice through either someone on the board or a business owner. And I don't think we should worry about the beginnings of it. I think we should worry and scrutinize the evolution of SID. So I support SID 100% as a business owner, as someone in the community, as knowing exactly what Princeton's gone through in the last 20 years, over 20 years that I've lived here. And I think we should give it a chance. I think there's enough monitoring in place. There's enough checks and balances in place that can regulate all the concerns. And I think we should really just allow it to prosper. And there are enough people involved that will make that happen. Thanks.
Thank you. Adam, if we could bring in the next person, please.
Okay, up next is Omar.
Oh, thank you. Good night, Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman. I'm the owner of Say Cheese Cafe, a sandwich shop at Nassau Street, 183. And I've been working with the steering committee for nearly a year and a half. And I just want to express, my satisfaction of being, with such a wonderful person working for the city, thinking about the best for Princeton. And always I've noticing that they are aware of the importance of this seed for a small business like mine. I'm not only talking on my behalf, but also on behalf of my neighbors. I've been talking to them. I've been keeping them, updated of what we have doing. And I think that we got a very awesome opportunity to sell this town, not only to the residents, but to the 2 million people that come here every year. And that's, I think, by itself is a very powerful reason to have another body which works with the Princeton Merchant Association and with the city, trying to do the best for this town. And not only for Witherspoon or Nassau Street or the CBD, it's also for other corners of the city, just to expand, these benefits for everyone into Oak 6, Harrison Street, and we are considering Old Town, only the very, very close downtown, but also, people like we are in Nassau Street, but we are, a kind of hidden, and we are very, very excited. There are neighbors that are being so excited about this idea. And the best thing, I think, is to be a depository of funds from other, for grants that otherwise won't go to town. It's not only the money that come from us, it's the resources that we can find in many, many, many funds, statewide, nationwide, that are, just waiting for organized units like SID to put money in favor of the city. I don't have anything else to thank you, all of you, for the work you have done, for allowing me to accompany this journey and to see this SID working as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Adam, can we bring in who's next?
Okay, next is Greg.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Greg, we can.
Greg Hand, Valley Road. I understand this is the public comment period. I'm just presenting my comments as a couple of questions. I love the idea and the experience of Princeton as a vibrant community. It appears that two of the main values underlying the SID are that it is a good thing to have the greatest possible number of Princeton residents and visitors from outside of Princeton come to use Princeton's public, cultural, and commercial spaces. And secondly, that it's a good thing for Princeton to have the greatest possible volume of commercial activity of all kinds. I wonder what the council's thoughts are about those two values, especially in terms of the likely possible negative effects of traffic congestion, scarce parking, simple overcrowding, and possibly other factors, particularly in downtown Princeton. Or to shorten my question, am I right that the maximum visitations and maximum patronage of businesses are major goals? And does council expect that Princeton may face significant social and financial costs in connection with the anticipated growth? Has that entered into your consideration of this ordinance? Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate that. Okay, Adam, can we bring in, we'll get back to council comments at the end, I just think. So just so we get through the public comment. Can we bring in the next person, please, Adam?
Yes, next we have Joe Tax.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Joe, we can.
This is Joe Small. I live on Hawthorne Avenue. And I think a key question that's been raised by some of the people tonight is, in fact, the governance of this SID. The operating corporation will be established by 4 incorporators. They will select the initial directors, and then the directors will be a self-perpetuating board. There's no election. Those people who will be subject to the tax will have no further say other than by sufferance, as we have a say by sufferance when we address the council. The members of the board are self-perpetuating. And I'm not kidding myself to think that what I say tonight is going to change any of the council's votes. From the time you decided to hire a consultant, you decided to vote yes for a SID. And when you appointed members to the steering committee, you appointed the bulk of the members from the Merchants Association and the Chamber of Commerce and other real estate and developer interests. Of course, they would recommend that those commercial interests that didn't voluntarily join their organizations would be forced to contribute to the objectives of those voluntary organizations by imposing on all of them a SID tax. By adopting the SID ordinance tonight, you will be writing a virtual blank check to the 4 people who are the incorporators, because they'll keep, and it's been indicated to me by anybody knowledgeable who I've spoken to, that the bulk of the board initially appointed, the 15 people, will come from the Merchants Association, the Chamber of Commerce. There'll be some scattering of other people. Palmer Square tenants will benefit the most. Their tax rate is the lowest. Somebody who owns an apartment house with 5 apartments on the east end of Nassau Street will pay tax at the highest rate. Seem right? Seem fair? Seem the way the members of the Merchants Association will spend their money? There's been a rush to do things favorable to big business in this town. Abolishing of SPRAB, proposal of parking ordinance, accessory dwelling unit ordinance, the granting of variances to the new hotel that will have grossly inadequate parking, the finding that the shopping center is an area needed development and will pay less in taxes. The school will be starved by that. It's big merchants, big landlords, and big developers, and I urge you to slow down. There's good in all of what you want to do, but you have to work on the details to be fair to everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. All right, Adam, could we bring in the next person, please?
Okay, next is Bob.
Okay.
Hi, this is Bob Hillier. I have an office, Studio Hillier at 190 Witherspoon Street, and I have about 86 tenants on Witherspoon Street in various buildings that I own. I'm also the publisher of Princeton Magazine, and I grew up in Princeton, and I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but I've been around a long time. David, you said we're different than the other towns that have SIDS, and you're right. Princeton is better. We're not so much better that its business sector can succeed without having marketing or without having a bigger force for change at its disposal. Princeton is a cultural center, and it's something that I think we are the cultural center of New Jersey. We have more museums, more orchestras, more dance companies, more theaters than any other town or city in the state of New Jersey. And we've been resting on the university's laurels for years. But we are, in fact, a set of businesses and a set of citizens and a set of tenants that really want to be in a very vibrant place. And I think Princeton's been a little bit too sleepy for the last few decades. And I think that what we should do is pass the SID. And yes, there are a lot of questions about its operation and that, but we can deal with those and make it better as we go forward. It's something that is a beginning. And what we are getting here is a source of practical business vision that can be, if I go down and just talk to Derek about a zoning issue, it's one thing, and he may like me or not like me. He may like what I want to do or not what I want to do. But the fact of the matter is, it shouldn't take a year to get an approval on a zoning question in Princeton, plus the huge cost of it. And having a SID that can help negotiate better zoning and better business practices and providing administrative waivers, would be a great benefit to everybody in Princeton and would turn it into the vibrant town that it really can be. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. All right, Adam, who's next?
Looks like it's it's Gary.
Gary, okay.
Wow, you get my real name. It's most people don't know that I'm using my work email. It's Boot Seam on Morven Place. And wow, I got to tell you, this is exciting because I got to thank the council tonight for sponsoring date night with the Seam household. Nothing more exciting than Lauren and me spending a Monday night watching the council meeting together, holding hands, a fun evening together. So thanks again. Once again, I'm going to say the transparency and legality of a committee or task force like this might seem a little bit fuzzy, but I'll leave that to be settled in other future challenges. And I'm not fully decided on the SID yet. Princeton does need a more vibrant downtown. That's for sure. But I'll say I've got 3.5 questions here. I'll stay well within my time limit. One, it's interesting, it may be an understatement, and maybe even a bit of overreach, that Springdale Golf Club and Yasna Polana are included in the SID and Schedule A. Have Springdale Golf Club and Yasna Polana signed on to the plan among those initial 60 supporters that were mentioned? And Helena mentioned also specific numbers in mind for potential sort of taxes and fees. What are we talking about for Springdale and Yasna Polana individually? Number two, how would these guys as private country clubs, they're not public, they're not commercial, how are they going to benefit from fees paid into the SID? And then maybe a little more controversial here, but I know Stuart, very complimentary, and he offered effusive support for the SID, as well as Frank. How are these guys funded? Stuart Copperweiss is a consultant for economic development strategists in Asbury Park. I think Frank is a counsel for Dakotas in Paramus. Any direction on disclosing their fees and who's covered those guys? Those are my 3.5 questions. Thanks.
Okay, let me answer the easiest one first. Frank and Stuart, they are paid by us, right? They're paid through tax dollars. We hired Stuart as a consultant, and Frank's firm is a firm that we have under contract to provide certain services, certain legal services to the town. So they're paid by tax dollars. And as far as Springdale and Yasna Polana having reached out and commented yes or no or an opinion on this, I don't really know. I don't know, Michelle, Stuart, if anybody can comment on that.
Yeah, I met with the Springdale Executive Committee, the board, early on, months ago, to tell them what this was about. I'm a member of Springdale as well, full disclosure. You know, Springdale was very involved several years running in things like Restaurant Week. I know that they like to do promotions where they, you know, can showcase their wonderful facilities and, you know, and garner new members. So, you know, having them be part of the community was certainly something that we wanted to do. And, you know, I think the fee is, you know, would be fairly nominal. It's going to be, it's part of the commercial properties that are on the tax roll with the university. So it's up to the university to decide whether or not that would be passed on to Springdale. And I have not had any conversations with the Yasna Polana, just to answer your question, but I put them kind of in the same category.
Okay. Do we have, I'm sorry, so for Yasna Polana, do we have any idea what their assessment might be?
It's several, I think that would be several $1,000s a year. I can double check. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think those were the questions, I hope.
Was that, did I answer your questions, Gary?
I don't know. Am I still on?
Yeah, you know, we can still hear it. Did we answer your
question?
question?
Good. Yeah, I mean, although they're kind of vague. You didn't give a number. I mean, Helena had very specific numbers for, like, you know, certain office buildings and all this stuff. We're talking about 125 acre property at Springdale. I mean, if it's 3,000 or 10,000, that's a lot of money.
It's not 10,000. I think it's 2,000, like 25.
Okay. And so how would they benefit? Like, if Springdale wants a new facade or a new roof or to promote something, they'd be included in the SID?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And like I said, if there's promotions, coupon programs for, you know, customer loyalty, if they want to do, they participated in Restaurant Week before, marketing efforts to bring traffic in, if they want to host things, if they want to showcase their facilities, they host weddings and they need members. I mean, so, you know, they're a membership organization, just like Yasna is. So yeah, so that's the thing.
Well, I mean, just from feedback from other members, it seems like a little bit of an overreach, but you and I seem to be the only ones here that are on the call, so we'll let it go, I guess. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
All right, Adam, let's bring in the next contestant on Talk to the Council.
Okay, next we have the Cloak and Dagger.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Jerry. I have the inevitable both a property owner and a business located at 349 Nassau Street, which includes our bookshop called the Cloak and Dagger Mystery. Essentially, I'm here tonight to the vote on the ordinance for 3 I have, some of which may have been, and I'll touch on those as I go through the 3 concerns. The first is, I think the area.
We're having, I just, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. We're just having a hard time. You're fading out every like 4th or 5th word. So I just want to make sure we get. Yeah, go ahead. If you don't mind, just backing up about 2 sentences and going from there, just so we don't miss it.
I said that I actually was here to oppose.
We lost you again.
Or maybe he could call back and get put to the front of the line.
Pardon?
Yeah, it might make sense for you to leave the meeting and then hit the link and come back in, and we can try you as soon as you get back in. Maybe the connection will be better. It just, we're losing a lot of what you're saying, so it's.
Does this sound better?
That's
okay. We'll try it. Go ahead.
Does that sound better?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I moved the microphone. All right.
Okay.
Should I start over where I'm from and all that?
Yeah, that would be great if you would.
Okay, my name is Jerry Lanaz.
Now we lost.
And a business owner.
Sorry.
No good?
But just keep, let's go a little further. Let's see if we stop losing you.
And I'm here tonight to expect the ordinance being adopted this evening on major concern. The first is that, well, the concepts are great. I think the area being proposed for the initial SID is void. I would suggest that it be reduced to just include the Nassau and the Palmer Square sub areas in the report. By being more manageable and smaller in scale, I think early success stories can be generated, and then future in the report can basic SID. The ordinance provides SID process and that additional price basis. The second area of concern, affordability. There was some mention this evening of numbers that are really affordable for Elaine May, but then another gentleman talked about numbers approaching $800 to $1,000. My basic question is, I don't know what it would be, and put another way, I figure out as a business owner, how many mystery books sell to break even to be a part of the SID it seems to me that ordinance is allowing a blank check to be written to the management company since a budget has not been fixed, and obviously a point, but at least some estimates by the different sub areas would help, I think, the business owners and the private who are involved in this to better evaluate the program. And lastly, my turn is on equity of how the assessment can arrive. For example, what pops out immediately is that Palmer Square is in a lower than the Nassau area. And that is infathomable to they're adjacent to one another. How can they have a different number? And more unfathomable is the fact that there's lower than mine in the Jugtown area. It seems to strike as a major commercial entity versus a single property out in the wilderness, so to speak, at the tail end of Nassau Street. I would recommend that the properties east of the Jugtown historic are not in, but Street and Nassau Street removed from the Jugtown area and placed in lower assessment category, equitable. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the effort that you bring forward this program for further discussion. I would urge you to the program so that questions can be and answered section of all those participating. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Right. Should I address that, Mark?
Yeah, please.
So in terms of the assessment for Palmer Square, it's lower because Palmer Square has their own programming, marketing, events, and programs already. So they already have this in place. You could almost say they function as their own special improvement district. So the idea is that they're part of this, but yet they wouldn't have to duplicate the efforts. So we would work synergistically together as part of it, but that's the thinking behind being lower. And I just want to say, we're going to have a budget hearing. There's going to be a lot more discussion in terms of the budgets and the assessments. So it's, not a mystery, but it's just not in stone yet because we don't have the organization put together yet. Thanks.
Right. And then, so, Michelle, I don't know whether it's you or Stuart, but when we have the budget hearing, since there'll be an actual budget number, I guess we'll have the actual assessment for every property at that point in time, correct? So everybody will see exactly what their number is.
Exactly. I mean, I can give estimates now if, anybody wants to contact me, but it's irrelevant really until I would say this is the maximum of where we would go, but we certainly don't have it written in stone yet.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Adam, can we bring in the next and possibly last person, it seems?
Yes, next is James.
Hi, I'm Jamie Herring from Herring Properties. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I've been involved in the steering committee on the SID, and I guess I initially was involved because I wasn't sure whether it should be implemented. And after spending the 18 months on it or 12 months on it, I am a big supporter of the SID. Council and their professionals need assistance to improve the downtown. Downtown is not strong in it has vacancies, and I don't view it standing up to its peers as a viable downtown in its current configuration. I've heard a lot about concerns about taxation, and that people are feeling the pain. But I look at this and I say, well, this is the time to invest in the future, and not to look at it as a taxation, but as a means to improve the process. The town is in the midst of hiring a planner to master plan itself, and they need support and guidance and data to do that. And I think the best way to gather that is through the businesses. And SID is an organization that can actually collect that data to help them make their decisions and implement the right ordinances and direction for the town. I think it's from a purely financial standpoint, it's a very simple formula. As a landlord with over 100 tenants, I have one tenant who went for a sign variance and spent $18,000 to get that variance. If I am spending $10,000 as a landlord for this SID, and I can help save that one tenant that effort, it's a complete win. And if the SID is unable to direct that or streamline processes like this, then we would disband the SID. So So to me, it's a very simple evaluation, and I think the council would be well served if they supported it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jimmy. All right, Adam, I think Jim's next.
That's correct. Bringing him over now.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Jim Beatty. I'm a physician in town, 800 Bun Drive. And I commend you on your hard work, obvious years of research here, and your goals at improving the business climate, particularly in downtown. However, it does seem, as many previous callers have noted, that this is aimed mainly at retail and restaurants in town, not the many professional businesses that do exist in Princeton, primarily physicians' offices, dentists, accountants, and the like. Perhaps the cost now seems low, but call it what you want. It's really a tax. No tax ever disappears and never goes down over time. Just ask the people who run the turnpike and the parkway. I would suggest, because the general idea I think is a favorable one, but I would suggest excluding those businesses who really have very little to gain from this, which I don't see how I would gain anything from this personally.
Jim, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, Adam, next.
Okay, we have B. Perlman.
Got it.
Yes, hi, this is Barry Perlman. I'm a resident of Meadowbrook Drive. Thank you, Mayor Frieda and council members, for your thoughtful discussion and analysis of this topic. As the last person, I am also a physician. I'm currently the president of the medical staff at Penn Medicine Princeton Health. And I must say that my comments in no way reflect the opinions or views of the hospital or Penn Medicine overall on this issue. But I have heard from many members of the medical staff who are very concerned about this SID and its applicability to the entire town. I think this is a great idea for the downtown area, including typical retail spaces like restaurants, clothing stores, hotels. And just as we have heard from many retail business owners tonight, these retail spaces can use the benefits of this SID to attract new business, retain current patrons. In so doing, they are getting what they're paying for. Including businesses such as physicians' offices is just really casting a wider net, and we can collect more fees for it. Although I always love seeing new trees, lights, or beautiful new flowers on Nassau Street, I don't think that they will, or frankly should, make it more likely for a person to become a new patient for a dermatologist, internist, or cardiologist on Bun Drive. I think it's a great idea, which will be enhanced if implemented thoughtfully. And I thank you for your work. Have a good night.
Thanks, Barry. Take care. All right, now I think we might be down to one person, Adam.
Okay, our next speaker is Mimi.
Hey guys, real quick, I know it's a late night. Just want to let you guys know, Princeton Tour Company, we've been in business now for 16 years. Hard to believe.
Yep.
And I call myself an expert in people who come to visit Princeton. I've got my issues with the SID, but I understand why so many people were so involved in trying to create it. We were abandoned by our chamber, who still uses the name, and PMA just got too tired. The SID is too far reaching in terms of where it wants to serve us. It will fail in that way. If the goal is to try and increase tourism, what I'll tell you as somebody who's been your only private tour operator for the last 16 years is that you don't need more tourism. I'll say it again. You don't need more tourism. You're overrun on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. What you need is more organized tourism. That's going to take a sophisticated tourism partner to create what you really want for downtown. No one in Princeton doesn't want to share her assets with people. But when I hear this SID board and people saying we're going to double tourism, we're going to do this, you do not want to become the Charleston of old age. You do not want this town to get too busy. What you want is somebody who knows how to get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday busy. And that's actually somebody who's sophisticated at tourism. So if the goal is to manipulate the permits and the things like that, then have the SID. If the goal is to improve tourism, then I would say whatever's left of the 400,000 to appease these many people you're going to charge, which I don't think you'll be able to do, I would ask you to just give me a call later and I'll help you figure out how to get that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Before you vote, I think you should delay all this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mimi. Okay, we have some emails we need to read, and Michelle or someone remind me who's reading which one. I'm sorry, I forget.
I forget too, but let me pull them. Let me pull them up now. I closed my mail. Let's see. I can read the first one. Oh, good. It's good because it's really short. That wasn't on purpose.
Can I just say real quick, I think the second email should adhere to the 3-minute time limit. Read as much as we can in the 3 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can.
I think for both for the second and third, for both of them.
Yeah, fine.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll read the first one from Matt Giamanco. He's Senior Development Director for Avalon Bay. Wrote, please relay Avalon Bay's support for the Special Improvement District in Princeton, which we believe will help provide vital services for the various commercial businesses throughout town. It will augment Princeton's status as a vibrant business environment. Thank you.
Okay.
Next.
All right. I'll grab the next one. Adam, start the timer, and then since I'm reading, somebody yell if I hit the 3 minutes. But I'll try to get done first. This email is from Gerald Linez, Nassau Street. Mayor and council members, I am a property owner and retail business owner that will be affected by the proposed SID ordinance. A preliminary review of the materials made available by the town raises several concerns, which causes me to oppose the ordinance as written. These concerns are extent of areas involved, too broad, assessment affordability, can I afford this, and assessment equity, is it fair? Preliminary concerns regarding the ordinance. Number one, extent of areas involved, too broad. Map one, potential SID subareas attached to the feasibility report appears to be the basis for the areas to be included in the proposed SID. We are assuming that the map illustrates all the properties included in Schedule A referenced in the ordinance. The area is too broad, given the complexities involved in the implementation of a new program involving public-private participation. A much smaller and more manageable district should be considered to launch the SID program. In this fashion, the nonprofit district management corporation envisioned to operate the SID can work out the kinks inherent in any new business startup venture. It can also develop a track record of early success action projects with measurable results and identifiable benefits achieved in a smaller geographic area. Other sub-areas can be invited to join the SID. Such adjustments are envisioned by the ordinance's amendment process. We suggest the initial SID area be reduced to the Nassau and the Palmer Square sub-areas. Assessment affordability. Can an affected property and small business owner afford a SID assessment given its other ongoing operating expenses and remain a viable business in town? An estimate of what a typical added tax assessment on a property owner is is not provided in the ordinance or the feasibility report, even a potential range of tax assessments would be helpful. Without such an estimate, an affected property owner cannot evaluate if a proposed added assessment tax is affordable to his/her business operation. Put another way, I'd like to know how many more mystery book sales. Oh, Jerry. Oh, this is Jerry that was,
He
Jerry already spoke.
Yeah, sorry. He already spoke. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, we couldn't hear him, so now we have it. All
Okay.
right. Should we go on to the next one then?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Somebody else want to read? You probably heard me talk a lot tonight. Thanks, Eve. Go ahead.
All right, start the timer. This is from Joel Schwartz on Library Place. What do Cranford, Haddonfield, Highland Park, Maplewood, Metuchen, Milburn, Montclair, South Orange, Summit, and Westfield have in common? They are all lovely, affluent towns, great places to live and raise a family, and have great school districts. They all have attractive, vibrant, successful downtowns and mercantile districts filled with stores and businesses activated by residents and visitors and customers and pedestrians. There are special improvement districts in these 10 towns, as there are in about 70 municipalities in New Jersey. There are more than 1,000 SIDS and BIDS, business improvement districts, throughout the country. In New Jersey, there are SIDS located in places perceived by some as struggling, but most are located in dynamic, lively, successful communities. Those towns created SIDS because they understood that whether you are in Westfield or Newark, you live in a constantly changing, challenging world. And if you are a business, every day is opening day. SIDS have an extraordinary track record of accomplishment over the past 40 or more years, a track record of revitalizing places that needed help, making good places better, and maintaining great places. Now, at long last, the Town Council of Princeton is considering whether to establish a SID. I urge the council to do so. There are some who will say, oh, this is just another tax that will burden us, and our property taxes are already too high. Those who say that are mistaken. Why mistaken? Property taxes collected from a commercial property in Princeton are used to pay for many things, to fix a pothole far from downtown, or for the pension of a retired police chief, or for any of 1,000 other municipal obligations. By contrast, the funds raised by the special assessment, which pays for the activities of the SID, are spent right where those funds are generated, on activities and services which enhance the areas and properties which generate those funds. In short, the monies collected to operate a SID may appear to some as yet another tax, but in fact, those monies are an investment in the places and businesses which generate those funds. The principle of the funding mechanism of a SID is to pay yourself first, not paying City Hall, by improving the economic quality of life for those who generate these funds, which results in an improved quality of life for the entire community. Virtually every municipality that has created a SID previously had hardworking, well-intentioned local residents and business owners who volunteered to do what they could to help improve the local business climate and quality of life.
Time's up.
Okay.
Take a breath. Okay. All right. Okay, there's no more hands up. We've read all the emails that came in. Council questions, David?
Yeah, I just want to weigh in as I was listening to the public comment. You know, one of the things that was concerning me was the question of whether it's appropriate to, you know, include professional offices, those kinds of businesses in the SID. But as I thought about it further, I realized that really the landlords, the building owners, are going to be paying the SID, and those building owners will benefit by having the more vibrant town that will attract tenants for them, basically. And I know we don't know for sure who's going to be paying, because we don't know that the landlord will pass along the fees, the SID fees, to their tenants. But I just wanted to make this comment to my council colleagues to think about or to help us grapple with whether the question of whether the activities of the SID will benefit those kinds of professional offices, whether it's really germane to the conversation or not. I was thinking it was, and then I sort of came around to thinking it's not that germane.
Thank you, Dave.
And
Other
I do understand, for instance, how multifamily residential property owners will really benefit because their residents will benefit from the enhanced quality of life in town. It will allow them to charge higher rents and all that kind of stuff. So,
Okay, thank you. Mia.
Yeah, I just building on David's question, I wanted to ask both Aubrey and Kathy to speak to that question of the assessment of the larger town as opposed to the center. And I have many positive things to say, mostly positive things to say about the SID and your effort. But I will say that initially when I found out about it, this was also the thing that stuck in my mind. And the question was did it really make sense to spread it so far throughout the town? Because I had always thought of SIDS as really, the focused on the central business district. And I'm just wondering from a financial perspective, is it crucial? Is it make or break for you to include the whole town? And just, I'm going to let you answer, but I was just going to say to your question, David, I also was thinking of it both ways. And I was thinking of a doctor's office that if you're recruiting doctors to work in your practice, presumably it would benefit you. You could get, it might be a draw for doctors to work in a community that has a more vibrant downtown. As a corollary, also, if patients are thinking about whether they want to go to a medical practice in Monroe or Princeton, and I don't mean to pick on Monroe, but they might rather come to their doctor in a place where they could also have lunch and shop and make a day of it. So anyway, I could see both sides of that, but I am just wondering if you could elaborate, both Aubrey and Kathy, a bit more on why you decided to expand to the whole town and what in your mind the rationale was.
It's an excellent question. I would look at it from two angles. One, as Jamie Herring described his tenant who had to spend $18,000 to get a sign installed. We had a tenant that was not included in a particular zone. So Derek couldn't specifically say whether or not they needed to have additional parking or not for the space that they were leasing. And it cost us 9 months and $35,000 to determine that we didn't need an additional parking. And I don't think it gave the town any benefit for us to spend that money. It was, besides the $35,000, the amount of rent that we missed from that tenant was, it's probably talking $50,000 or $60,000, just one tenant. And so so if we can help to rationalize, to create win-win for the town and for the businesses so that the town is really examining the things that are important to make sure they're right among the tenants and the business owners, the developers, without costing so much time and money, it affects and it benefits every single property owner in town. Maybe even the residential property owners, but certainly the commercial property owners. The other piece is COVID really brought to the fore a trend that's been increasingly obvious. More and more companies want to be where their employees live. And the more interesting and vibrant a community, the more companies want to be there. So to the extent to which the town is more vibrant, there are more restaurants, more amenities, and more people want to live there, the more that companies are going to want to be located in a particular place. And I really see places like, Carnegie Center on Route 1. I don't want to pick on them, but that's a monoculture office environment where you have to get in a car to go everywhere. I mean, maybe you can go to the local cafe in one of the next buildings, but it's just not any close comparison to Princeton as a downtown environment. And more companies want to be in a place like Princeton, where their employees don't even need a car if they don't want to own a car, and so it does impact the commercial property owners, the people who own offices, because it really will, I think, cause if the town gets its mojo back, if we fill those retail vacancies, if we can get some more restaurants with the Graduate Hotel coming into town, I think it's going to rise. It's going to raise all boats, and the commercial property owners will benefit tremendously. And I think it applies to the property owners it applies certainly more to the downtown property owners, but the property owners out on 206 the assessment is lower for a reason, because we know that there's less of a benefit to them, but there are benefits. And I think that the one item, which I mentioned earlier, if we can lower the barriers to getting things done, it would be more than worthwhile to them. Helena, did you want to say something?
Yeah, thanks, Aubrey. And Mia, thank you for that question. I think the trend, especially in the post-COVID world, is really we live where we work and we work where we live. And so we want to be able to have a community that we work at and we go to see our doctors at, and then we walk to have coffee at. I think not so long ago, Princeton, the Witherspoon Jackson area was not considered downtown, right? So we still are sort of the fringe of downtown, so to speak. And having had the benefit of Capitol Health in that area, in Witherspoon Jackson area, where we actually see the benefit of this living where we work and working where we live, seeing the doctors actually walking to their offices and seeing them walking their children across the street to Community Park School, and then seeing patients actually biking and walking to see their doctor's office. And so I think this is one example, one data point of, say, okay, should a SID be just CBD only? And by definition, I mean, where 300 Witherspoon is not CBD per se, right? So we're Witherspoon North. And I think it's just a function of eventually we are that work-live balance permeates within the overall this commercial district within Princeton, whether it's 206 North or Witherspoon North. I was having a quick conversation with Charlie Yevlin today, who has properties in Witherspoon North. And the conversation that, 20 years ago, somebody would consider Witherspoon North to be the outland part of Princeton. And, forget about 206 North, that would be considered way too far. But today, the Witherspoon North or Witherspoon Jackson area is now considered the fringe of the downtown Princeton, and then then the expansion of that into 206 area, right? So I think that really the benefit of this, the SID being inclusive of everybody, and to really working together to understand each other's challenges and opportunities, and to be able to help each other from business standpoint, whether we're talking about professional offices only or retail, having this model of ultimately having a work where we live and live where we work, I think is going to expand just above and beyond CBD to Witherspoon North and eventually to 206 North. So that's my perspective.
And I think the original question also included Kathy. So maybe if we could jump back to Kathy and then we could get to the other hands up.
I would just say that I think Aubrey and Helena kind of hit the nail on the head. It's about, there are services that every business is going to benefit from, and that's why it's graded. And if you look at closer in, the more intensity of services, the higher rate. But there's a certain amount that everyone will benefit from this, and it's probably more the development, the construction of sites, change of use, permitting, zoning. And I don't think I need to tell you guys how much goes into, reviewing those ordinances, updating them, communications, all those kinds of pieces. So you guys, it's been a long night, so I'm going to be quiet.
Thanks, Kathy. All right, I think.
I have some other things I want to say, but I'll wait till I think we're on a roll with this question.
Okay, I think we're David Eve Layton at this point.
Yeah, I actually wanted to use what Helena was saying as sort of a springboard, because I find it a good way to address Greg Hand's questions too. He had those questions during the public comment about whether we see maximizing activity, maximizing commercial activity, maximizing traffic, as a benefit. And I think that certainly the council members who are involved with our affordable housing settlement sort of have a view or a vision of Princeton as having walkable nodes in different parts of town, where we have mixed use development, where we have commercial activity accessible to the residents who live right there. That's like the vision for 206 North, that service area over by Harrington Woods, where Charlie Yedlin has his property. I think that's been the vision around the shopping center. It's been the vision around Jugtown. I think that there are other places where that vision can grow in the future as well. And the reason it's important is that if we can have these walkable nodes spread around town, then we can have a lot of activity without having a lot of traffic and without having this sense of burden of the activity that was implicit in Greg's question. So it's not just about bringing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people to Nassau Street on a weekend. This also goes to Mimi's last comment, about how we already have enough tourism certain days of the week. I think that the way that this townwide SID can work is actually really supportive of that vision of a little bit more of a dispersed activity throughout Princeton, and it will be really good for the quality of life.
Thanks, David. Eve?
Thanks. I have a number of thoughts here, including responses to some of the questions that were raised. And Mr. Hand, a minute ago, you were still in the audience. And first, I have to say that to my great sorrow, neither of my kids ever had you for AP US history. So this may be as close to a conversation as we'll ever have. But although I believe we have met before. But I think one of the things that I just want to address, and I really appreciate the conversation and the questions that Mia and David asked about, whether the SID should extend throughout the town. And I do find convincing the arguments that it should extend throughout the town. But I did want to pick up on your question. I don't think the idea is to get as many people as possible to Princeton all the time. That's certainly not the vision that I think I have or that my colleagues have. But I do want to say that I think when I first moved to Princeton, in the 1980s, and I believe you've been here longer than me, that the business community could survive mainly by serving the residents of Princeton. And that was before Amazon and before, like when I moved here, there was Market Fair, but there wasn't, Market Fair had not opened yet. And many of the other malls, Nassau Park had not opened. Now the businesses cannot survive purely on the business that Princeton residents deliver. In order for them to survive, they need to bring in people who don't live in town. And I think that's kind of a hard truth, because with that comes traffic and parking and issues that maybe we didn't have as much back in the 1980s when I first moved here. But I do believe it is in everybody's interest to have a thriving downtown. It's one of the things that makes Princeton different from, for example, Lawrenceville or Ewing. And one of the reasons that I think when I looked for a place to live, I restricted myself to places that had real downtowns because I wanted to be able to walk places. I didn't want to have to rely on a car to get everywhere. And as Helena said, as Mia has said, like that is even more so the trend now, that people want to be close. Like our houses often on the outskirts of the community are on the market for a long time, but anything that's close walking distance, people snap up. People want to live and be able to walk to amenities. And given the number of vacancies that exists now, if we cannot do something to support those businesses, there's no reason to say that they will not go away. And if more of our businesses go away, that starts a downward spiral where the rents that our owners can charge goes down. As Mia said, like people come to Princeton to go to a doctor's office or to seek other types of services, and then they like to be here because they can go out to lunch or they can go for a walk or other things like that. And so I think that everybody benefits from having a walkable community with lots of points of interest and not just kind of a row of buildings without storefronts, without things that beckon people in. And I just want to address, and then I know, as somebody said, it is getting late. I think that landlords, of course, will have to make a decision about whether they want to pass costs on. Is this any kind of taxation without representation? I don't think so. If I live in an apartment building, my landlord decides that the building needs a new roof, then I'm going to pay for that. Just so if the landlord, pays for, a part of the SID, the landlord can choose to pass that on or not. A fee is not the same thing as a tax. As was said earlier, the governing body, that's us, that's council, authorizes the SID. So in terms of somebody being responsible or it being some entity that will go on and on forever, we are here, we are elected by you, we are responsible to you or to our own visions of what we think is best for the community. So that's where the buck stops in a way. We're authorizing the SID. We're in charge of authorizing the SID's budget. So if you're unhappy and the SID isn't what it is supposed to be in your mind, then we're here to listen to your the points you want to make, your complaints, your compliments. So I think that's all I wanted to say for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Eve. Leighton?
Thank you, Mayor. I know the hour is getting late. First, let me say that the comments that I will make tonight are shaped in several ways. One, they're shaped by a sense of history. For many of you on this call, you may not know or even realize that back in the day, in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood, there were over 100 businesses in a very diverse applications, and some of them, quite frankly, rivaled the businesses on Nassau Street. That's number one. Number two, I am an entrepreneur. I many years ago opened up 2 hat stores, one in Boston, Massachusetts on Charles Street, and the second location in Cambridge Square. So I have both an appreciation of what it means to be a small business operator and owner, procurer, and also what it means to be a resident of Princeton and to be a walker and to appreciate all that this town has to offer. That being said, I want to first give a extreme acknowledgement to my colleague, Michelle, who ran on a ticket of being pro-business, which she has been, and done an extraordinary job with that, and has steadied the course over 2 years to bring this initiative to fruition. So I take my hat off to you, Michelle. You know, when Councilwoman Niedergang and I ran for office, and I'm not putting any words in her mouth, we ran on, and we thought about this, we ran on a something called Smart Growth, Wise Choices. And what I want to say is this initiative checks all the boxes, connects all the dots, and here are the reasons why. Our business community, like all of us, has taken a huge hit over the past 2 years. If you don't believe me, walk around and look at all the empty storefronts, uptown, around town, the shopping center, everywhere. The Central Business District and small businesses everywhere in Princeton needs this town and its people to show them some love. Look around town. What do you see? Vibrancy or lack of it? Princeton is a destination location, an international town, a historic town, home to one of the most renowned educational institutions on planet Earth. And we are in the process of redesigning Nassau Street and the Witherspoon Street corridor for the future and the present of Princeton. For many of us who enjoy walking, as soon as the concrete on the sidewalks dry, we'll start that enjoyable new walk and new time with Princeton. Not only is creating a special improvement district the right thing to do, it is necessary and will create greater synergy between the organization and the municipality towards Princeton becoming more vibrant, more entertaining, more diverse, and more welcoming for all who come here. Not only should we do this, we should do this with intentionality, to be inclusive with infusion of more women and minority-owned businesses. We must dare to be tourists, or at least try to think like tourists, or as visitors who appreciate what our town has to offer. Rather than think of this as a gift to business, let us look at this as an investment in our infrastructure and sustainability, which it most assuredly is. Again, our business community emphasis on our, like all of us, has taken a hit over the past 2 years and suffered greatly during the pandemic. It is our business community and uptown area that will determine whether we have economic viability in our future or become the town that could have been great, but we were too timid to dream or to have vision. Our commitment to business, especially small business, should equal their commitment to us. Not in all instances, but in this situation, smart growth is understanding that to be better, it is better to do something rather than to do nothing at all. The future is coming, and we must be willing to adapt with it. That begins with understanding that the collective we must work to embrace wanting change and dare to be great rather than consistently finding ways and reasons to resist change, even when it makes us better. Let's all be less selfish towards the greater good. For Princeton, a thriving business, entertainment, and shopping community enhances the living experience of those of us who live here and those of us who will visit. And last but certainly not least, this ordinance has a sunset clause built in. If it doesn't work, we tweak it, kill it, or do something different and try something else. Thank you.
Thanks, Leighton. Let's go to Kathy, and then we're going to jump to Mia. Kathy, is your hand still up, or is that?
Yeah, no, it's still up. Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. So first of all, it's really hard to follow that. I'm just going to say. But the only thing that came to my mind in this discussion about extending, and David, you kind of touched on some of these points, is as a business and a resident, I think the value of extending the map is having that input from as the master plan is being built out, as we look at transportation, as we look at all these conversations, rather than having them from a business perspective done in isolation. We're asking for a seat at the table in these conversations so we can maybe give that perspective of, hey, you know what, this is what the business community is looking for. This is how we can help these areas grow. These, you know, these are the resources that we're familiar with. And it's really to be a more engaged and collaborative partner with the municipality and Bridget with the business group. So thank you.
Thanks. Mia?
Yeah. So I just want to really echo what Leighton said very articulately. For those of us for whom this is our hometown, I think we are acutely aware of the extent to which the business sector has been hollowed out. And I left for a long time and came back, and it was really shocking. And there are numerous Facebook and other social media pages which are just devoted to people who grew up in Princeton and wax both eloquent and nostalgically about all of the thriving family businesses and small businesses that we've lost, because they are essential to the character of what our town has been. And they are part of our Princeton family. And we have, as I said in another recent council meeting, lost some very significant family members like Hewlett's, like Landau's, like the Army Navy store. And the thing that strikes me as somewhat ironic is that for at least the last 10 years, the council has been skewered in local media and newspapers and in various fora for not acting more proactively to address the hemorrhaging of our commercial sector. And the council has been accused of ignoring it. There have been regular letters over many years asking why the council is not doing more to stem the tide of vacancies at the shopping center and downtown, as various people have mentioned. So what is exciting now is that I think the council has found a way to empower the local business community to help themselves. And I am somewhat surprised to see people here criticizing this effort who have actually in the past criticized the council and the community for not acting more proactively. I wanted to just, as a corollary to that, address what one person mentioned, which was that something about government government programs or government is not the way it, it was sort of a criticism of using government to solve local problems. And I couldn't agree more that we should let the private sector address the problems of the private sector. One of my issues, as you all know, with the permit parking program has been that I felt that it has been very much about government as opposed to the private sector addressing that problem. And what I find particularly appealing about this proposal is that this is not adding to our workload as a council. It is actually helping, basically providing the mechanism for the private sector to work with us so that we can both work more efficiently. And I also, two other things, Josh mentioned that this has been tried, at least 4 or 5 times over a lengthy period. And I was thinking of consolidation and how that also was tried a number of times, and each time the town got to the brink and then didn't go over, but increasingly over time realized that it was a necessary step for the well-being of the town. And I do feel that there is a parallel, and now we are at the point with the SID where we have to take that step forward. And I'm really grateful to the steering committee who have invested so much time and effort of their personal time in this, and to, as Leighton said, to Councilwoman Lambrose, who had this vision and helped all of us on council to see that vision. And just tying it back to, I think Mr. Hand, you mentioned, and my son might have you in AP history soon, so I think I'm going to be careful about what I say.
You missed it. You missed it. He retired. Sorry.
Oh, he retired. Okay, well then I could say no. But I think that the point about density and lots of people coming, it sort of misses the point. The point is that for the residents of Princeton, until we can jumpstart our commercial sector, we will continue to, the residential sector will continue to disproportionately bear the brunt of the taxes. And so ultimately, this really is in all of our interests, every sector of the community, whether we benefit directly or indirectly in terms of a way to offset, really the only way to offset our tax burden. And I understand there are many critiques of, and people, because everyone in Princeton, of course, is an expert of, how this should be done differently or better. But, this is actually the mechanism whereby the state has provided towns like ours the opportunity to revitalize and to maintain a healthy and thriving commercial sector. So, we are not reinventing the wheel here. We are following what the procedure that the state has set up. And I don't see that we really have a choice. It is clear that there is a major problem. There are people who specialize in this, who have come up with this as the way to move forward. I think it's time to take that step forward. And as as was previously noted, in 5 years, if it's a disaster, which I really don't think it will be, and I hope it's not, we can try something else. But right now, I'm excited to see if this will work, and I hope it will. So.
Eve?
I'm going to be very quick. I just wanted to address, first of all, I feel like I must, as others have done, thank Michelle, thank Helene, Aubrey, and oh my God, she disappeared, Kathy for being here as representatives of the steering committee. 18 months is a long time to be working on something. So thank you for your perseverance and hard work. I just wanted to address one of the points that was made about what a special improvement district was originally conceived of doing, which was to help maybe a town that was in distress. But over time, how people use a tool changes. And that has been true of the Special Improvement District, that other communities who maybe were not a Patterson or a Newark or a Camden saw that this could be a tool that they could use. And I'll draw a parallel with how we've also used the area in need of redevelopment, which again was originally conceived for communities that are quite different than ours. But over time, it's come to be a tool that can be used by a community like Princeton to maximize its resources. So I just want to point out that even though something was designed with a particular idea in mind, over time, how that tool gets used can change. And that doesn't mean that we can't use it to our advantage, as I think for the advantage of the community, as I think we have in both these cases. So.
Thanks, Steve. Any other council comments that have not yet been made or need to be made?
I promise it'll be quick, Mark.
Can I just say ditto?
Thank you.
Ditto.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mia. Sorry.
This is for Michelle Moriello. I'm glad you waited until the end of the program, and it's nice to see you too. And I wanted to say that I think what you were trying to convey, and it really resonated with me, was that when COVID hit, it really taught not only the business community, but all of us how interconnected we are and how our fates are inextricably linked, and how we all need to sometimes do all sorts of things in order to that are really for the greater good. And so it seems appropriate that as we are hopefully sunsetting COVID, we would use some of those lessons of interconnection that we learned during that period and apply them to this. So nice to see you too, Michelle.
Okay. Michelle.
Just one final, I mean, I've spoken a lot tonight, but just to thank my colleagues for your insight, your research, and your just wonderful comments and questions. You've been really able to assimilate a lot of information and detail, and I really appreciate your grasp of all of that. And then I just want to acknowledge the steering committee, especially all their work that we've been doing on this. So thank you. And it's a transformative moment. So let's see where it goes. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. If not, I'm going to close the public hearing on this ordinance and ask for a roll call.
Ms. Perron-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs,
Yes.
Mr. Newland.
An enthusiastic yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The ordinance passes. There we go. All right. I'm just going to move. Yes. Okay. Congratulations. Well, I am going to move us along because it is 11:29 and I do want to get the meeting over. Sorry. Ordinance 2022-08, an ordinance by the municipality of Princeton creating a no stopping or standing zone on a portion of Paul Robeson Place and amending the code of the Borough of Princeton, New Jersey, 1974. Is there a motion? Thank you, David. Eve has the second. Any council questions or comments on this? Any public comment or questions on this ordinance? David?
I just want to explain for anybody who doesn't know what this is about. It's actually improving sight lines, the exit for the residences at Palmer Square. There are some hazardous conditions at the garage there. So.
Thank you, David. All right, seeing no public comment, no other council comment, we'll declare the hearing closed and ask for a roll call vote on this also.
Ms. Perron-Lambros,
Yes.
Ms. Niedergang,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Ms. Fraga,
Yes.
Ms. Sachs,
Yes.
Mr. Newland.
Yes.
Okay, well, ordinance passes. All right, let's go to the resolutions. 22-95, resolution approving an emergency temporary appropriation for the 2022 current fund budget. Is there a motion? Thank you, David. Layton's got the second. Any questions? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, you guys have it. 2296, resolution approving an emergency temporary appropriation for the 2022 parking utility fund budget. Is there a motion? Michelle, David has the second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
22-97, resolution approving an emergency temporary appropriation for the 2022 Affordable Housing Utility Fund budget. Is there a motion? Thank you, Mia. Is there a second? Thank you, Eve. All in favor? Sorry, any questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 2298, resolution awarding contract to Liquidity Services Operations, LLC, doing business as Gov Deals under National Cooperative Agreement. Is there a motion? Okay, Michelle, thank you. Layton's got the second. Any questions?
Can I just ask what this is?
Oh, fine. Yes.
Sorry, I meant to ask earlier, but I.
Sure. This is a resolution allowing the municipality to use it's an online auction service called Gov Deals, and we're using it through the Sourcewell contracting system. What we're doing is we are getting rid of surplus equipment and vehicles through this online auction service.
Oh, great.
And the list of everything that's going to be auctioned off is in the agenda package for the public to read. Very entertaining. David?
Yeah, I was just a little bit confused reading this over, how we get 100% of the sale price. But I don't know, the buyer pays something to Gov Deals. Do you know how it works, Deanna?
I don't know how it works, unfortunately. Sorry.
Actually, I think I can probably jump in.
Thanks.
So a couple of years ago when we did this contract, we ended up having it where we were part of, we paid for the service. And one of the ways that we got around that was it doesn't cost us anything to sell with Gov Deals now. The purchaser pays the full commission to Gov Deals. So we have we have nothing gained, nothing lost on this. And I think we're going to see these types of resolutions every time we use a Sourcewell contract. That's something new. It's part of the new local public contracts law. So this is the first time we're using a Sourcewell, but I think we'll see this throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, anytime we're using e-procurement through Sourcewell or others.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. 2299, resolution authorizing the sale of certain surplus equipment no longer needed for public use, utilizing the online auction services of GovDeal, which is separate than the one we just passed. Is there a motion? Thank you, Eve. David's got the second. Question?
Although I really want to hang on to that 2006 Ford LTD.
All right, it's going to be in your driveway tomorrow morning. No problem. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 22-100, resolution awarding contract to Photonics Imaging Technology, Inc. for Phase 2 document management services under cooperative pricing agreement in the not to exceed amount of $991,255.74. Eve, that's a motion?
I'd like to introduce, and also because it's such a large sum of money, I did ask if Bernie could say a few words.
Sure. Let's just get a second.
Great. Yeah.
David's got the second. Bernie, you're on.
Sure. So this came about and is largely funded by the Building and Code Department. As you know, that department is very document intensive. The volume of paper in storage in Suzanne Patterson Building, Monument Hall, and 400 Witherspoon is staggering, and it takes up a real lot of space. We need to scan in and archive these documents. That was done in phase 1 for a lot of code. The searchable database was created. Code was happy with that. So now we're moving on to phase 2, which will complete code, but will also, I believe it's 6 or 7 other departments will come under that, and their documents will be archived. And the cost is through a state-approved cooperative pricing schedule. So there's already a co-op to do this. So there's I don't know that it's ever been done. I know Deanna told me today they found maps going into the 1920s of Witherspoon Street that were actually helpful now in what we're going to do, but it should give you some sense of how much paper is out there. And quite frankly, it's a good exercise as we go through these boxes. There's stuff that can just be tossed, from years ago, but certainly all the important documents will be dealt with accordingly through this archiving and a searchable database system.
Thank you. Any other questions? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Terrific. 22-101, resolution authorizing a contract for professional services with Carlin Ward, Ash and Hire LLC for professional services in the amount of $65,000. And this is the tax attorney to replace I'm blanking.
Harry.
Yeah, Harry, who's retiring. Okay.
And that
so-
was a motion to
Thank you. David has a second. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 22-102, resolution authorizing the award of a contract to JS Wagner Electric LLC for replacement of existing pathway/restroom lighting and light poles at CP North Amphitheater in the amount of $27,385. Is there a motion on that? Thank you, David. Mia's got the second. Questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 22-103, resolution authorizing the acceptance of a Preserve New Jersey Capital Level 2 grant award for the project entitled Princeton Ice Company Stone Arch Bridge, committing to the dedication of up to $395,218 in matching funds and authorizing the mayor to sign the acceptance documentation. Eve, is there a motion? Mia has the second. Any questions? Eve?
I would just like to thank the Friends of Princeton Open Spaces, particularly Wendy Major, and also, sorry, I wrote the name down, Robert Van Zumbush, for a lot of work that they did to get this grant, and also to Anna and other members of the engineering department for the work that they had to do. So this is really a significant sum of money that we're getting thanks to the hard work of these individuals. So.
Yep, thanks for pointing that out. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 22-104, resolution authorizing a professional service agreement with Gregory Sandusky, PE, PLS, in the not to exceed amount of $19,500 for tax map preparation. Is there a motion? Thank you, David. Is there a second? Thank you, Michelle. Any questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 22-105, resolution awarding professional planning services agreement to Clark Caton Heinz for creation of master plan re-examination report in the not to exceed $313,000. Thank you. Okay. Mia, do you want to move that?
How'd you guess?
I just a lucky guess. All right, Mia. Sorry, Leighton's got the second. Too many hands went up. I don't know whose it was. Any questions or comments on this one? Michelle?
Just want to say how glad I am to see this finally coming and getting done. This is going to be such perfect timing, everything coming together, coinciding. It's just really needed, and I'm just really excited. So thank you to the planning, to Michael Place, the planning team, and especially to Mia. And it had a hand, but I know Mia, this has really been, you've been driving this. So congrats. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 22-106, authorizing the award of a contract to Hydra Pneumatic Sales Company to furnish equipment for the supervisory control and data acquisition system for pump stations in the amount of $16,884.72. Thank you, Eve. Thank you, Michelle, for the second. Questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. 22-107, resolution authorizing the purchase of an affordable housing unit, 35 Billy Ellis Lane, in the amount of $106,566. Thank you, Leticia. Is there a second? Thank you, Mia. Questions, comments? All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
Eve?
I just want to comment that this is an affordable housing unit at Griggs Farm. And what happens when someone moves out, in this case, I believe the resident died, the municipality buys it back and sells it to the next person. So if you're wondering why the municipality is buying a unit, that just to explain that.
Thank you. No, it's good to make sure people understand that process. Any other questions or comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 22-108, resolution authorizing special event for High Tops for the 2022 Princeton Half Marathon on Sunday, November 13th, 2022. Eve has the motion. Is there a second? Clayton has the second. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Leticia had the second. No,
That's
you had your hand
No,
up first.
Leighton can have it, but let me just say, everybody knows what I'll be doing on November 13th.
Running. God bless you. Any other questions or comments on that one? All in favor, please say aye.
I'll be with you. I'll be with you, Eve.
Oh my God.
I'll be with you in spirit.
I'm sorry. I'll be with you, Leticia.
Yeah.
I'll wait for you at the finish line. All right. Next up is the consent agenda. There's 2 items on the consent agenda, which I don't think we need to pop off to regular resolutions. If everybody's all right with that, somebody could just move the consent agenda. David, thank you. Is there, Leighton's got the second. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. David, do you want to make a motion to?
I do. 12 minutes ago, I didn't think I'd be doing this so soon, but you moved the meeting along very nicely after that, after 11:30 mark.
Thank you. I just want everybody to go home and rest.
Move to adjourn.
Okay. All in favor of adjourning? Thank you. Eve's got the second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, we're done, and it's still the same day. That's tremendous.
Good
Night, everyone.
See you all tomorrow.
everyone.
Take care. Bye-bye.